Chapter 999. Yili could swear that she did not like Lei Jinting and Mo Jingli, who were trying to take advantage of the situation, but she had never thought of using this method to deal with them. Entering the guest courtyard and seeing the mess in front of her, Yili felt her forehead throbbing with pain. Seeing that Mo Jingli was indeed on the verge of death from Lei Jinting's beating, Yili hurriedly said, "Hurry and pull Emperor Chu out." If it was somewhere else, Yili wouldn't care if Lei Jinting wanted to beat Mo Jingli to death, but she couldn't let Mo Jingli die like this in the Prince Ding mansion. Feng Jiao looked up at the sky. Wang Fei, how can we stop Genom of Gojoseon? Even if Lei Jinting was missing a hand, he was still one of the top 4 experts in the world. Wouldn't they be looking for a beating if they rushed up? And it was for Mo Jingli. They definitely couldn't do it. Princess Ding, if something happens to His Majesty in the Prince Ding mansion. The people that Mo Jingli had brought with him were also anxious. Genom of Gojoseon was too powerful and shielding. What was worse was that the emperor had suddenly attacked Genom of Gojoseon instead of anyone else. Han Mingwei raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Are you threatening the Prince Ding mansion? Genom of Gojoseon wants to fight with Emperor Chu. It has nothing to do with the Prince Ding mansion. Seeing that person speechless and blushing, Han Mingwei said leisurely, but Emperor Chu is a guest. The Prince Ding mansion will naturally ensure his safety. That person glanced at Mo Jingli, who had been beaten beyond recognition, and was speechless. If this was called ensuring his safety, then he would rather not be safe. Genom of Gojoseon, Emperor Chu is the ruler of a country. Also, this is the Prince Ding mansion. Yili stepped forward and frowned slightly at the two. She said unhappily, if the two of you are here to pay homage to the prince, I welcome you. But if you have any personal grudges, please leave Feihong Pass and settle it yourself. Lei Jinting certainly would not kill Mo Jingli. If he killed Mo Jingli now, it would be a great help to the Prince Ding mansion. Hearing Yi Li's words, Lei Jinting snorted coldly and stopped his hand with a cold and solemn expression. But unexpectedly, as soon as he stopped, Mo Jingli, who had been beaten to the point of death, came back to life on the spot and entangled with him. Lei Jinting's expression stiffened. He kicked Mo Jingli out. Don't go, don't go. Mo Jingli, who was kicked out, muttered in a low voice while moaning. Everyone present had excellent hearing, so they naturally heard his words clearly. They looked at Lei Jinting, who had a livid expression on his face, with an embarrassed expression. After a long while, Feng Jiao came back to his senses. He muttered to himself in a low voice. So Emperor Chu is so deep in Yongqing. No wonder. Feng San. Lei Jinting was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. He glanced at Feng Jiao and sent a palm strike over without saying anything. Feng Jiao quickly retreated. On the other side, Han Mingwei also sent a palm strike at Lei Jinting at the same time. Only then did Feng Jiao manage to avoid this palm strike. Genom of Gojoseon. Yili was displeased. She said in a low voice, Genom of Gojoseon, this is Feihong Pass. This consort hopes that Genom of Gojoseon will conduct himself with dignity. Lei Jinting took a deep breath. He knew that he couldn't do anything to Feng Jiao at this time. However, he couldn't bear the gazes of everyone present. Lei Jinting had been unhindered in his life. Even if there were times when he failed miserably, he had never been as embarrassed as he was now. He glared hatefully at Mo Jingli, who was being held down by an attendant at the side. Lei Jinting said in a low voice, I still have important matters to attend to in the army. I will take my leave first. Yili didn't stay any longer. As for the matter of peace that Lei Jinting mentioned before, neither side really took it to heart. She nodded and said, since that's the case, this consort won't keep Genom of Gojoseon any longer. Lung Er, send Genom of Gojoseon off for me. Among the few people present, except for Han Mingwei, only Lung Haoyu was the most reliable. Han Mingwei didn't have a position in the prince's residence. Naturally, she couldn't let him send him off. If the medicine was given to Feng Jiao and Han Mingxi, Lei Jinting would be annoyed again. Lung Haoyu nodded and said to Lei Jinting, Genom of Gojoseon, please. Lei Jinting left with an ashen face. On the other side, Mo Jingli was still struggling under the suppression of the attendant. Yili was too lazy to look at this ugly appearance. She just ordered, "Send Your Majesty back to his room to rest. Do you need to call a doctor?" The attendant beside Mo Jingli looked at Mo Jingli with some difficulty. People with discerning eyes naturally understood what was going on with Mo Jingli. "Thank you, Princess. No need. We have brought an imperial physician." Yili didn't care and only warned, "Please be careful with the people in this consort's residence." "We understand," everyone said. Princess Ding was warning them not to touch the maids in the general's residence. They originally brought a lot of maids with them. These people naturally didn't want to make things unpleasant with Princess Ding because of a few maidservants. After all, this was still the Prince Ding mansion's place. Thus, they happily agreed. Seeing Mo Jingli's attendant carry him back, Feng Jiao and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yili helplessly shook her head. Mo Xiaobao had hit the nail on the head this time. It was originally just a prank, but she didn't expect that it would end up like this. Feng Jiao waved his fan and said with a smile, "I really didn't expect that Emperor Chu would be like this towards Genom of Gojoseon. It really can be said that they are deeply in love with each other." Everyone rolled their eyes. In any case, Feng Jiao was determined to pin this matter on Lei Jinting and Mo Jingli. "Be careful. Lei Jinting sent people to kill you," Han Mingshi reminded. Joking was good, but playing with fire wasn't good. Feng Jiao gracefully said, "Unless he personally comes. If he doesn't come, what is this young master afraid of? Moreover, he won't have time to come the next few days. More importantly, if he really wants to kill me because of this matter, doesn't that prove that my guess is true? That's why he wants to kill me to silence me." Thus, on this day, a piece of news quickly spread throughout the entire Feihong Pass like wildfire. It also spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. At first, it was like this: "I heard that Emperor Chu accidentally offended Genom of Gojoseon and was beaten up by Genom of Gojoseon." Then it became like this: "I heard that Emperor Chu has a crush on Genom of Gojoseon and couldn't help but offend Genom of Gojoseon and was beaten up by Genom of Gojoseon." Then it was like this: "I heard that Emperor Chu's intentions were beaten up by Genom of Gojoseon." Then it was like this: "I heard that Emperor Chu and Genom of Gojoseon couldn't help but fall in love. They couldn't help it, and were beaten up by Genom of Gojoseon." Finally, it was, "I heard that Emperor Chu was beaten up by Genom of Gojoseon." Why? What do you think? You're really ignorant. Could it be? Definitely. Thus, when Mo Jingli woke up the next day, the news had already swept through the entire Feihong Pass. Mo Jingli, who remembered what he did the day before, was also ashamed and angry, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 1000. In the morning, Yili was sitting in a pavilion in the garden drinking tea. She was dressed in snow-white clothes, and her hair was casually pulled up without the slightest bit of makeup on her beautiful face. In the faint morning mist, there was a hint of melancholy and gloominess. Mo Jingli stood outside the pavilion and saw this beautiful picture. He couldn't help but become distracted. His face had been beaten black and blue yesterday. Normally, with Mo Jingli's personality, he would not have come out. But right now, he did not have the time to wait until the wounds on his face healed before coming out to see people. Therefore, early in the morning, he could only look at the servants of the generals Fu strangely to see Yili. "Wang Fei, Emperor Chu has come." Qin Feng walked into the pavilion and said in a low voice. Yili nodded and said, "Invite Emperor Chu in." Qin Feng turned to invite Mo Jingli in, but Qin Feng himself did not leave. Instead, he stood in the pavilion not 3 steps away from Yili. His gaze was undisguised as he stared at Mo Jingli. His gaze was filled with warning and wariness. Mo Jingli's expression darkened, but because of the wounds on his face, people could not see it. Qin Feng and Yili only saw his face twist strangely. Yili raised a teacup to her lips to hide the twitch and smile at the corner of her lips. She asked in a low voice, "Is Emperor Chu's wounds serious?" "Not serious." Mo Jingli gritted his teeth and said. He himself did not feel anything at the time of yesterday's events, but he remembered it clearly when he thought about it. Thinking about how he had thrown himself at an old man, Emo Jingli immediately felt his stomach twist. He felt like he was going to throw up the breakfast he had eaten this morning. In fact, when he woke up in the middle of the night, he had already vomited once. Emo Jingli knew that he had definitely been plotted against, but neither he nor the accompanying imperial physicians could understand how he had been plotted against. Other than being bitten by Emo Xiaobao, on this day, Emo Jingli did not come within 2 steps of anyone who was not by his side. Even the tea and desserts they drank were strictly inspected. Thus, no matter what, Emo Jingli could not figure out how he had fallen for it. Yili nodded and said, "It's good that you're fine." Jinim of Gojosian was too impulsive. Yesterday afternoon, Jinim of Gojosian left Feihong Pass. So if you want to settle accounts with someone, go find Lei Jinting yourself. Emo Jingli was certain that he did not want to see Lei Jinting again for the next year. Not only because he was used to vomiting, but also because of the harm that Lei Jinting had caused him. Jin came to find you. Emo Jingli stared at Yili and said. Yili nodded. Emperor Chu, if you have something to say, please say it. Emo Jingli glanced at Qin Feng at the side and said with a frown, "You can leave first." Qin Feng ignored him and just glanced at him. Emo Jingli strangely understood the meaning of Qin Feng's gaze. You even threw yourself at a man. Who knows what you will do to our Wang Fei? Seeing this, the blue veins on Emo Jingli's forehead jumped, but he saw that Yili did not mean to dismiss Qin Feng at all. He had to suppress the anger in his heart and said, Zhen has something to discuss with you. Yili smiled and said, Emperor Chu, please say it. You and the Prince Ding Mansion submit to the Dechu state. I promise that Mo Yuchen will still be the hereditary Prince Ding. Mo Jingli said matter-of-factly, and his superior tone even had a hint of charity. It was just that his originally domineering appearance was a little funny because of his appearance at this time. Yili glanced at him speechlessly and said indifferently, If I didn't guess wrong, Emperor Chu should have reached an agreement with Genom of Gojosian of West Hill, right? Mo Jingli sneered indifferently and said, Lei Jinting can fool me, but do I have to abide by the agreement? Yili, as long as you and the Prince Ding Mansion submit to the Dechu state, I promise that I will treat you well. How does Emperor Chu plan to not treat this consort unfairly? Yili raised her brows and asked. It couldn't be that Mo Jingli's brain was completely blank, right? Did he really think that if she said she would submit to the Dechu state, the entire Prince Ding Mansion and the Mahist army would obediently submit to the Dechu state? Thinking that Yili was moved, Mo Jingli smiled with satisfaction and said confidently, I can make you empress. Yili, you should know that making a married woman empress is something that has never happened before. It is enough to prove my sincerity. Yili lowered her eyes and remained silent. Mo Jingli was not in a rush. This kind of thing naturally needed to be considered. He had absolute confidence that Yili would agree to his request. Mo Xiaoyao was already dead. No matter how strong Yili was, she was still a woman. Without a man supporting her, she was nothing. After a while, Yili softly said, This consort needs time to think. Mo Jingli nodded and said, All right, I will wait for your reply. Yili nodded and left with Qin Feng. In the garden, Qin Feng followed beside Yili. He asked in confusion, Princess, are you really considering this kind of thing? Yili nodded and said, Of course I need to think about it. I'm thinking about how to deal with Mo Jingli. What plans does Princess have? Qin Feng asked curiously. Yili thought for a moment and said softly, Throw him out. Watching Yili walk away, Qin Feng blinked and snapped his fingers. Fu Qilin appeared in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, Do you understand what Princess said? What does Princess mean? Qin Feng smiled and said, It's the literal meaning. Throw him out. A quarter of an hour later, a man dressed in imperial court robes, but with a bloody nose and swollen face, was thrown down from the tower of Feihong Pass. Feng Jiao, who was playing chess on the tower, shook his head regretfully and said, Qi Lin is getting worse and worse. He doesn't even know how to throw a person. If it was him, he would have hit his pressure points and thrown him down. He would have guaranteed that Imo Jingli's face would never have such a difficult expression again. Han Mingyue said with a smile, "There's someone down there." There was also a large group of guards that Imo Jingli had brought with him outside the city. How could they let Imo Jingli fall to his death? Qi Lin clearly knew how to throw. Even though 3 palace guards had jumped up to catch Imo Jingli still paid the price of a broken right hand. If it had been a little more serious, the right side of his body would have been permanently paralyzed. "Yuli, Jin will not let you go." Outside the city, Imo Jingli roared angrily. So, a chess piece shot down from the tower and headed straight for Imo Jingli's open mouth. The guards that had been waiting cautiously were startled by the Emperor's sudden roar and didn't have time to block this hidden weapon attack. Han Mingyue elegantly wiped her hands with a handkerchief. After Imo Jingli became the Emperor, he became even more rude. "Mingyu Gongzi has good skills." Feng Jiao praised with a face full of smiles. The two looked at each other and smiled. They watched as Imo Jingli cursed and left. Chapter 1001. On a mountain road leading from Dechu State to Xiling, Ling Taihan and the other two were leisurely riding their own horses. Although the Yinwang Chamber of Commerce had suffered heavy losses this time, Ling Taihan already had thoughts of retiring, so it wasn't an important matter. If he was still around, it would be a huge problem as to who would be in charge of the Yinwang Chamber of Commerce in the future. After all, an assassin organization was different from other organizations. If they didn't use the right people, it could cause a lot of trouble. Just as Ling Taihan was talking and laughing with his 2 younger siblings, he suddenly frowned. Without waiting for Lung Luiyue and Sickly Scholar to speak, Ling Taihan said in a deep voice, "Back off." Although Lung Luiyue and Sickly Scholar didn't understand what their brother meant, they still obediently rode their horses to the other side when they saw his serious expression. "Prince Ding, since you're here, why don't you come out and meet us?" Ling Taihan said in a clear voice. Standing not far away, Lung Luiyue and Sickly Scholar were shocked. On their way here, the news of Prince Ding's death had already spread all over the world. But Big Brother, just as the two of them were worrying, a white-robed figure appeared on a small col on the mountain path. His clothes were as white as snow, and his hair was as white as frost. Imo Xiuyao held the incineration sword in his hand and stared indifferently at Ling Taihan on horseback. He didn't seem to be surprised that Ling Taihan knew that he wasn't dead. Ling Taihan sighed helplessly and said, "Prince Ding, please." Imo Xiuyao didn't bother with pleasantries. A cold light streaked across the sky, and the incineration sword was instantly unsheathed. With an overwhelming murderous aura, it pressed down on Ling Taihan. Ling Taihan patted his horse and leaped into the air. At the same time, he unsheathed his sword and sent out a powerful sword chi towards Imo Xiuyao. The impact caused by the collision of the 2 sword energies caused the 2 of them to involuntarily take a dozen steps back before they could stabilize their footing. However, wherever the sword energies passed, the trees were uniformly cut down. With a crisp sound, the iron sword in Ling Taihan's hand broke. Ling Taihan's sword was also a 1 in 1,000 good swords, but compared to the legendary sword in Imo Xiuyao's hand, it was still far inferior. Therefore, it was not surprising that it was broken into several pieces after the collision. Imo Xiuyao had always disdained using divine weapons to bully others, but this time, he didn't seem to care at all. Not to mention Ling Taihan's sword. Even if Ling Taihan was barehanded, he would still be able to sweep the incineration sword at him. This also made Ling Taihan understand that Imo Xiuyao was extremely angry because he had attacked Yi Li. "Big Brother!" Lung Luiyue couldn't help but exclaim. She raised her hand and wanted to throw her weapon over. Lung Luiyue specialized in hidden weapons, but she wasn't proficient in swords and sabers. However, because of this, Ling Taihan had prepared good weapons for his 2 sisters-in-law. The sword in Lung Luiyue's hand was far better than Ling Taihan's own sword. However, no matter how strong a sword was, it was useless against the incineration sword. So Ling Taihan waved his hand and rejected Lung Luiyue's sword. Mo Xiaoyao pointed his sword at Ling Taihan and said calmly, I have always treated Pavilion Master Ling as a rare opponent, but I have never treated Pavilion Master Ling as someone I wanted to kill. If I make an exception today, I will definitely regret it. Ling Taihan smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I also never thought that I would meet Prince Ding in a life and death battle. However, there are many things in this world that must be done. Mo Xiaoyao snorted and didn't say anything else. The incineration sword in his hand emitted a cold light and shot towards Ling Taihan. He didn't want to know what kind of difficulties he had to face. To Mo Xiaoyao, anyone who attacked Yili deserved to die. There was no reason, no right or wrong. On the mountain path, the two figures quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Even with Long Liuyue's and Sickly Scholar's martial arts, they could only see two shadows swaying in the air and a suffocating murderous aura that filled the air. The sword energy that shot out from time to time turned everything it touched into dust. Long Liyue nervously grabbed Sickly Scholar's wrist and stared anxiously at the place where they couldn't see clearly. Sickly Scholar wasn't having a good time either. Originally, he had recovered from his illness, but just now, the suffocating murderous aura made him want to cough again. Big brother. Just as the two were panicking, Ling Taihan's voice suddenly fell from the sky. Sickly Scholar quickly jumped up and caught Ling Taihan's falling body. Long Liyue gritted her teeth and pulled out her sword and rushed towards Mo Xiaoyao. Second sister, stop! Ling Taihan cried out. Prince Ding, have mercy! Pung! Long Liyue's sword only had half of it left. Mo Xiaoyao raised his hand, and the broken sword tip shot towards Long Liyue. Long Liyue continuously retreated and finally couldn't help but fall to the ground. The sword tip flew past her face and nailed into the tree behind her. Long Liyue sat on the ground and was sweating profusely. Just now, she clearly felt the coldness of the sword tip when it flew past her face. Mo Xiaoyao looked down at everyone from above. His eyes were cold and emotionless, like a god in the sky. You overestimate yourself. Long Liyue stubbornly stared at Mo Xiaoyao and sternly said, My big brother didn't kill Princess Ding. Prince Ding's actions are too much. Mo Xiaoyao sneered. Yes, I didn't kill her. If Princess Li was hurt in the slightest, I will chop up your Yanwang chamber and feed them to the dogs. Perhaps because she was angered by Mo Jingli's attitude, Long Liyue forgot her fear and sneered. My big brother really wanted to kill Yili. Do you think Yili is still alive? The Yanwang chamber was an assassin, and Ling Taihan was the only assassin in the world. If he really wanted to kill Yili, how could he let her escape? Even if it was because he didn't want to offend the Prince Ding mansion, Ling Taihan did show mercy. Liyue. Ling Taihan frowned and said in a low voice. Long Liyue could only reluctantly shut her mouth. Ling Taihan slowly stood up. He had stopped for a moment just now and had adjusted his breathing. Although his injuries were serious, it wasn't to the extent that he didn't have the strength to fight back. Ling Taihan looked at Mo Xiaoyao and said, Prince Ding, I still have some matters to attend to. I'm sure Prince Ding also has urgent matters to attend to. Once I finish my matters, I'll naturally give Prince Ding an explanation. When the time comes, you and I will fight to the death. How about it? Besides, Master Prince Ding isn't completely unharmed, right? If I go all out, do you think Prince Ding will be able to escape unscathed? Mo Xiaoyao was silent for a moment, then said, Very good. In 3 months, I will come to find Pavilion Master Ling again. Ling Taihan nodded. I'll be waiting for you at any time. Goodbye. Mo Xiaoyao didn't say anything else. Ling Taihan brought Long Liyue and Ling Taihan back onto their horses and left. Prince, a black-clothed guard appeared in front of Mo Xiaoyao and called out in a low voice. No matter, Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently. He raised his hand and wiped it. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 1002. Prince. Mo Xiaoyao waved his hand, wiping the blood from his lips. Ling Taihan really lives up to his reputation. Although it seemed like he had the upper hand, with Mo Xiaoyao's insight, How could he not see that Ling Taihan was deliberately showing weakness? Moreover, although Ling Taihan was heavily injured, his internal injuries were not light either. Just as Ling Taihan said, if he used all his strength, the final outcome of the two of them would probably be who would die more miserably. He had no intention of dying together with Ling Taihan. "Prince, do you want to—" the guard beside him whispered. The Yanwang Chamber of Commerce was almost completely destroyed, and Ling Taihan was heavily injured. They only needed to send people to follow up, and it was not impossible to catch Ling Taihan and his group in one fell swoop. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head. "Forget it, we'll talk about it later." Lung Liwei said that Ling Taihan had shown mercy to Li, and he believed it. At their level, if they wanted to sneak attack someone, unless it was an expert of the same level, it was very difficult to escape. Of course, Mo Xiaoyao also calculated that Ling Taihan would definitely not go against the Princeton mansion for Leijianting, but he did not expect that Ling Taihan would actually make a move. Even if Li was not injured, he could not pretend that it did not happen. Ling Taihan is still useful. Later, sent a letter to Ling Taihan for Mo Xiaoyao said. "Yes, Prince, Commander Mo has a secret letter." A shadow guard appeared in front of Mo Xiaoyao, presenting a letter with both hands. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows, took the letter, and opened it. But in an instant, his expression changed. "Mo Jingli, I will make you beg for death." The two shadow guards standing beside him took a step back, secretly praying for the person who had angered the prince. Mo Xiaoyao stared at the letter in his hand, his expression sinister. "You want to make Li Empress? I want you to be unable to be the emperor. Let's see what you have to be the empress." Guards. After a while, Mo Xiaoyao crushed the letter in his hand into powder and threw it out. "Prince, please give your orders." A shadow guard in black appeared behind Mo Xiaoyao, bowing and waiting for orders. Mo Xiaoyao said lightly, "Let Mo Hua take Ai's token and go to Nanjing personally. Let him tell the Empress Dowager that the Emperor of the Chu State can be changed. I guarantee that Mo Jingli will not go back to trouble her." This subordinate obeys. The shadow guard glanced at Mo Xiaoyao's gloomy face, quickly took the order, and flew away. Prince was in a bad mood now. Whoever bumped into him would be unlucky. On the third day after Leijianting left Feihong Pass, the flames of war that had just stopped for a few days were ignited again. Perhaps because they had confirmed the news of Mo Xiaoyao's death, the Shilling army was no longer as cautious as before when they fought with Mo Xiaoyao. Instead, the entire army advanced together, only rushing towards Feihong Pass. On the other side, the Dechu State's reinforcements that Mo Jingli had brought to reinforce Hanga Pass also bypassed Hanga Pass, took Yuming Pass, and only headed northwest. They quickly blocked the only road from Chujing and Hanga Pass to Feihong Pass and occupied Liang City in Yinzhou. Liang was the only way to Feihong Pass from Chujing, and it was also the original location of the Su family in Yinzhou. 10 years ago, after the Su family moved to the northwest, the current most prominent family in Liang was the Su family, which was related to the Chu clan by marriage. Unfortunately, although Mo Jingli was the emperor of the Chu state, his arrival was not welcomed by the people of Yinzhou and Liang. Even the prominent families in Yinzhou closed their doors and ignored Mo Jingli. This made Mo Jingli, who had been complacent, suffer a setback. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had a shred of rationality left, he would have long executed all of these aristocratic families. On the other hand, Leijianting's Shilling army was not going well either. The Mahist army, led by Murong Shun and several famous generals, scattered and sneaked in, causing trouble for the Shilling army everywhere. Although Murong Shun and Marquis Nin were not as good as Leijianting in terms of military strategy and military strength, it was not difficult for them to make trouble and hold back the advance of the Shilling army. Especially when they were leaving Feihong Pass, they had just received the 16-word proverb personally taught by Princess Ding. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I chase. When the enemy stays, I disturb. When the enemy is tired, I fight. These were all veterans who had fought on the battlefield for many years, so naturally, they quickly mastered it. Lei Jinting was so depressed that he felt as if he had swallowed a fly and felt nauseous. He could not spit it out and felt uncomfortable swallowing it. In the Shilling army, Lei Jinting stared coldly at the map in front of him. The news of Mo Xiaoyao's death and the good news that they were about to defeat the Mahist army could not make him feel happy and joyful at all. He glanced at Lei Tingfeng, who was wearing a battle robe and looking tired, and asked in a low voice, "How many more days until we reach Feihong Pass?" Lei Tingfeng said, "Originally, our army would be able to reach Feihong Pass in 3 days. But now, I'm afraid it will take at least half a month. Father, now that Mo Xiaoyao is dead, we don't need a rush. Should we clean up the weeds first?" As long as Mo Xiaoyao was dead, the Mahist army would be leaderless. As long as there was time, the West Hill would eventually defeat the Mahist army. So Lei Tingfeng really did not understand why his father was in a hurry. But there was still the threat of Murongshun and Marquis Nin behind him. Lei Jinting shook his head and said, "We don't have time." "Father?" Lei Tingfeng raised his eyebrows in confusion. Lei Jinting smiled bitterly and said, "Mo Xiaoyao's death is a good thing for the West Hill. But for the Jinan Palace, it may not be a good thing at this time. My son is dull." Lei Tingfeng lowered his head and said in confusion. Lei Jinting sighed and said, "Tongfeng, the Jinan Palace is not the direct descendant of the Emperor of Shilling. There is still another emperor in city. The Emperor of Shilling did not have much ability, but he was not an idiot. All these years, he was just pretending to be crazy and stupid." Lei Tongfeng frowned and said, "The Emperor? What can he do? The West Hill is under my father's control." Lei Jinting shook his head and said, "How powerful was the Prince Ding mansion back then? But it was almost destroyed by Mo Jingli, who even you look down on. Isn't that enough to teach you a lesson?" "Father, what do you mean?" Lei Tingfeng said in surprise. Lei Jinting smiled bitterly. Originally, with Mo Xiaoyao as a strong enemy, the Emperor of Shilling naturally had some scruples, who said that the Emperor of Shilling was completely mediocre. All these years, Lei Jinting had been responsible for all the affairs of the West Hill and worked himself to death. But the high and mighty master of the West Hill was still the Emperor of Shilling. Now, Mo Xiaoyao was dead and Lei Jinting was fighting outside. It was the best time for the Emperor of Shilling to seize power. Lei Tingfeng frowned. He had never thought highly of his uncle sitting on the throne. But at the same time, he also understood that for the muddle-headed and incompetent Emperor of Shilling to be able to sit on the throne steadily for so many years, it was a kind of ability in itself. After all, the Jinan Palace was not the Prince Ding mansion of the past, which was truly dedicated to assisting the royal family. But if they were not careful, the Prince Ding mansion of the past would become a lesson for the Jinan Palace. Chapter 1003. Father, please punish your son for his thoughtlessness. Lei Tingfeng lowered his head and begged for forgiveness. Lei Jinting waved his hand and smiled. "Forget it. I know that you have been troubled by Murong Shun and the others these past few days, but you are right. We can't go on like this. I will leave you 200,000 soldiers. Will you be able to cover our retreat?" Lei Tingfeng's spirit was shaken. He replied in a clear voice, "Father, I will not disappoint you." Lei Jinting nodded. "Father believes you, but you must be careful. As long as you can stop them, there is no need to rush to kill them." The Mahist army suddenly changed their tactics this time. There must be an expert behind the scenes. Lei Tongfeng frowned. "Expert? Other than Mo Xiaoyao. There is an expert in the Mahist army that even father is helpless against?" Lei Jinting pondered for a moment. He sighed with a complicated expression. "If I am not wrong, it should be Yi Li. Other than her, the Mahist army is made up of generals who have killed their way out of the battlefield. They would not have such a bold and imaginative way of fighting." Lei Jinting did not know how to evaluate Yi Li. From his perspective, Yi Li could not be considered a peerless talent. However, it was precisely this kind of woman who always had astonishing achievements that no one could have imagined. It was only when he studied her tactics that Lei Jinting realized that every single one of Yi Li's tactics could only be described with one word: unexpected. Because it was unexpected, it could not be replicated. This kind of tactic required a bold and imaginative mind and extraordinary courage. Of course, Lei Jinting would never have thought that Yi Li had such tactics. It was not because she had a bold and imaginative mind or a strange talent. It was because she had more than 1,000 years of experience and military training than them. A true genius would definitely be able to create a domain that belonged to him or her. Yi Li, on the other hand, was still far from reaching that level. Lei Tongfeng nodded solemnly and said, "Rest assured, father, Tongfeng will not act blindly without thinking." Lei Tongfeng, who was in his 30s, had long passed his youthful and frivolous days. He knew what was important and what was not. Therefore, he would never ruin his father's entire plan for the sake of a momentary victory. Lei Jinting nodded and said, "Imperial father is naturally at ease with you. Forget it, go and prepare. Tonight, I will lead the troops and set out." "Yes, royal father, take care." Tongfeng will take his leave. Feihong Pass. Reporting to Wang Fei, Jinim of Gojoseon and Lei Jinting are leading 700,000 soldiers towards Feihong Pass. In the general's Fu, Yi Li and Han Mingwei, who were playing chess, stopped their game. Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "They're finally here." Han Mingwei slowly put the chess pieces back into the box at the side and said with a smile, "Wang Fei doesn't seem to be nervous at all." Yi Li smiled slightly and said, "Nervousness will only cause people to make wrong judgments. Other than that, there is no benefit. Also, this is something that we already knew, isn't it?" Han Mingwei raised an eyebrow and smiled without speaking. He had always been curious about where Yi Li's bottom line was. But it seemed that no matter what happened, she could not truly break down and feel fear. Wang Fei's mind is so firm that even a man would be ashamed of his inferiority. Yi Li shook her head and said with a smile, "Actually, a woman's endurance and ability to endure is much higher than a man's, but it was just that the women of this era were bound by etiquette and were raised in their boudoirs. It was to the point that they could only scream uncontrollably or even faint when encountering a small matter." Han Mingwei said with a smile, seeing Wang Fei, "This one believes these words." Yi Li grimaced helplessly. She had been forced to do this, all right? At this time, if even she panicked, the entire Feihong Pass would immediately fall into chaos. Looking at Yi Li's calm and beautiful face, Han Mingwei asked, "In at most 2 days, Lei Jinting's army will reach the gates. What does Wang Fei plan?" "Plan?" Yi Li raised an eyebrow and said with a faint smile, "How about giving him a big gift first before talking about the plan? This one will wait and see," Han Mingwei said with a smile. 2 days later, less than 10 li away from Feihong Pass, the Shilling army's morale was high and they were unstoppable. Seeing the distant Feihong Pass, Lei Jinting, who was walking at the front, finally showed a hint of a smile. As long as they took Feihong Pass, there would be no more passes to defend in the northwest. Without Immo, Xiaoyao, the Mahist army that had been sent out would be leaderless. At that time, Yi Li, would you regret it? "Prince, this place is less than 10 li away from Feihong Pass. Should we set up camp here?" A general who had been scouting ahead came back on his horse and bowed his hand to report. Lei Jinting raised an eyebrow and looked at the front. The terrain was open and flat. There was only a lone mountain in the southwest. Even though it was not easy to defend, but at the same time, in this flat land, it would be difficult for the enemy to launch a surprise attack. Even though Lei Jinting did not think that Yi Li would be able to divert troops to launch a surprise attack, they had to be on guard. Nodding, Lei Jinting said, "Let's set up camp here. Prepare for the attack tomorrow morning." This subordinate obeys. The deputy general left and ordered the entire army to set up camp. On the lone mountain not far away, Yi Li led Feng Jiao and the others to a hidden spot on the cliff and looked at the Shilling army that was setting up camp at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the densely packed soldiers and horses, Han Mingshi could not help but sigh. There must be 700,000 to 800,000 people. Are we really going to defend Fei Hong Pass to the death. Fei Hong Pass did not even have 300,000 people. Feng Jiao glanced at him and said, "Unless, young Master Feng, you can think of a place that is easier to defend and harder to attack than Fei Hong Pass." Once the Shilling army entered Fei Hong Pass, there would be no need to defend it anymore. All the way to Glass City was flat land. Even Glass City could not be considered impregnable. Glass City was originally a city that was not very big in the northwest. Even though it had been 10 years, its defense was still lacking compared to the Emperor of Shilling City and the Chu capital. Han Mingshi shrugged indifferently. In any case, he didn't do anything on the battlefield. He was just complaining casually. "Wang Fei, what are we looking at here? To see how many soldiers Lei Jinting brought?" Feng Jiao was also curious. Wang Fei said that she wanted to prepare a big gift for Lei Jinting's army. But he really did not know what Wang Fei had prepared that they had to come here to see it. Yili glanced at the Shilling army that was setting up camp and sighed helplessly. "This is not a good place, but there is no choice." "Qin Feng, are you ready?" Qin Feng, who was standing behind Yili, nodded and said, "Wang Fei, please do not worry. I've already prepared it." "Very good. Do it. Very soon, Lei Jinting will send people up the mountain." Yili nodded and said, "Yes." Qin Feng waved his hand, and hundreds of black cloud cavalry appeared on the cliff. They held bows and arrows in their hands and aimed at the army camp at the foot of the mountain. Feng Jiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Princess Consort, you're not planning to use these 100 or so people to greet Lei Jinting, are you? Not to mention whether or not they could hit the target from such a long distance. Even if they did, how much power would they have? Even if these 100 people were to fight 800,000 people, these black cloud cavalry would not be able to kill many people even if they foamed at the mouth." Chapter 1004. Yili smiled and said, "You just have to watch carefully. Shoot." Whoosh! The black arrows shot toward the West Hill military camp after they left the bowstring. The Shilling army was also made up of elites. As soon as they heard the sound of arrows piercing through the air, they immediately reacted. Enemy attack. In a moment, the entire army was on alert. However, no matter how fast the West Hill soldiers reacted, they were not as fast as the arrows that had already left the bowstring. Soon, they realized that the black arrows were not aimed at them, but at the open ground or the haystack tents. While everyone was still confused, Lei Jinting, who had been fighting for a long time, instinctively felt a trace of danger. He shouted, "Retreat!" Boom! Before his voice died away, there was an earth-shattering explosion, followed by a series of loud explosions and a strong smell of gunpowder in the military camp that had not yet been completely set up. At the same time, there were the screams of countless soldiers. The continuous explosion lasted for almost half an hour before it gradually subsided. Because of the thick smoke caused by the explosion, Lei Jinting stood up with a dusty face. What he saw was countless broken limbs in front of him. It was a mess. Many soldiers were killed by the explosion. The unlucky ones were even blown apart. But more people were seriously injured by the explosion. They were missing limbs and lying on the ground in pain. The soldiers who were lucky enough not to be injured were also frightened. Some timid ones even fell to the ground and cried for their parents. It was not that the West Hill soldiers were too calm, but that no one had ever seen such a terrifying power. If someone had carefully paid attention to the details of the battle when the Mahist army took over the Chu capital, they might have been prepared. But in that battle, the Mahist army used very little explosives and did not cause too many casualties. And after that, the news was tightly sealed. Even the Mahist army's own soldiers did not know much, let alone the West Hill people. Everyone on the cliff stared at the scene in front of them, stunned. After a long while, Feng Jiao squeezed out a sentence from his throat. So powerful. Feng Jiao had actually seen these things in the Chu capital, but Feng Jiao did not admire them very much, because that thing was very troublesome to transport, and its size was not small. More importantly, its lethality wasn't that special. But this time, the feeling it gave him was enough to shock him. Yili looked at the miserable situation at the foot of the mountain and lowered her eyes in silence. Yili, at the foot of the mountain, Lei Jinting couldn't help but roar when he saw the tragic scene in front of him. His gaze shot towards the people on the cliff like lightning, accurately locating Yi Li's position. Lei Jinting was infuriated. In the explosion just now, the Shilling army had lost more than tens of thousands of soldiers. However, this was nothing to Lei Jinting, who currently had over 700,000 soldiers. However, the Maoist army had caused such great damage to the West Hill without losing a single soldier. For the Shilling army, the consequences and impact were definitely not as simple as losing tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. Lei Jinting jumped up and pounced towards Yi Li and the others. While in the air, Lei Jinting swung his sword, sending out a sharp sword aura towards Yi Li. Han Mingyue and Feng Jiao moved forward at the same time, blocking the sword aura. At the same time, over 100 Black Cloud cavalry aimed their bows at Lei Jinting and fired. Lei Jinting was in the air and had nowhere to borrow strength. If he didn't want to become a porcupine, he could only give up on attacking Yi Li and retreat. However, in his fury, Lei Jinting swung his sword and actually knocked down over 100 arrows at the same time. His sword didn't slow down at all as it swept towards Yi Li again. After missing, the Black Cloud cavalry didn't panic and continued to shoot. Feng Jiao, Qin Feng, Han Mingyue, and the others all lay down in front of Yi Li, in case the Black Cloud cavalry couldn't stop Lei Jinting and they had to protect Yi Li. The only one who could interfere was Han Mingxi. He stood by Yi Li's side and saw Yi Li take out an extremely strange object from her sleeve and fiddle with it a few times. Then he saw Yi Li raise that object forward and say in a low voice, "Feng San, move aside." Feng Jiao, who was standing in front of Yi Li, was stunned and reflexively moved to the side. It was a loud bang. Feng Jiao only felt a gust of wind shoot past him. Even though Lei Jinting, who was originally incomparably ferocious in the air, stopped and then slowly fell down. Feng Jiao clearly saw a streak of blood blossom on Lei Jinting's shoulder, but he didn't see the arrow that shot him. Of course, Feng Jiao also dared to guarantee that not a single arrow hit Lei Jinting. Everyone turned around to look at the white-clothed girl behind them in shock. They saw that Yi Li was still holding that object. That object looked extremely strange, and there was a small black hole. However, even people like Feng Jiao and Han Mingxi, who were experienced and knowledgeable, couldn't tell what kind of hidden weapon it was. They only felt that even though this object didn't look good, when Yi Li held it in her hand, it seemed to have a different kind of elegant killing intent. More importantly, it was this unremarkable object that injured Western Toon's Genom of Gojoseon, one of the 4 great experts in the world, Lei Jinting. What is this? Yi Li frowned and helplessly sighed. Looking at the pistol in her hand, she sighed and said, "I actually missed." Unfortunately, this was the best pistol that could be made at the moment, and it couldn't be mass-produced. This was a single-shot pistol, and its effective range was only 150 meters. Lei Jinting's Qin Gong was too good, and she didn't even have the chance to use a rifle. However, compared to the last time she saw it, at least its lethality and stability had improved significantly. It was no longer just a toy that looked funny. What would have happened if you hadn't missed? In Han Mingxi's view, the fact that over 100 Black Cloud cavalry couldn't hit Lei Jinting and were shot down by Yi Li was already an incredible result. Yi Li smiled and said, "I originally thought that I would be able to hit his head 100%. You want to shoot Lei Jinting's head through?" Everyone was shocked. Yi Li shook her head and said, "This gun's penetrative power isn't strong. It can't pierce through from such a distance." It was also terrifying that it couldn't pierce through. Imagine an expert like Lei Jinting with a hole in the middle of his head. Everyone's gaze towards Yi Li could already be described as horrified. No, it should be said that they were looking at the object in Yi Li's hand. This was definitely the best hidden weapon in the world. Chapter 1005. Ignoring the curious gazes of the people, Yi Li calmly put the pistol in her hand back into her sleeve. She said with a smile, "We should go. If we don't go now, we will be surrounded." Everyone looked down at the Shilling soldiers who were already running towards them. They decisively packed up and left. The mountain path was on the other side. They had already prepared horses at the foot of the mountain. By the time those people came around, they had already ridden away. Leaving the cliff, everyone rode fast. They only sighed in relief when they reached the foot of Feihong Pass. Feng Jiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. The others also had carefree smiles on their faces. Ever since Imo Xiuyao had disappeared, while the entire army was still in order, they could not help but feel a thread of unease. Naturally, they could not express some depression. Today was the most carefree day in recent days. Han Minghua looked at Yi Li and asked in a low voice, "Wang Fei, can you lend me your hidden weapon to play with?" Hidden weapon? Yi Li raised an eyebrow and casually took out the pistol and handed it over. Han Minghua carefully took it after giving her thanks. She could not wait to return to the Fu and looked at it as she walked. Beside her, Feng Jiao and Han Mingxi also stretched their necks. But for these things, they were far less knowledgeable than Han Minghua. Naturally, they were not in a hurry to steal it. Only Qin Feng, who had been following Yi Li, did not show any surprise. He had not only seen these things before, but also knew where they came from. Naturally, he did not have the curiosity of the others. But after seeing the lethality that Wang Fei used today, he was eager to try. Han Minghua frowned and thought. Her hand kept touching the thing in her hand. She even copied Yi Li and held it in her hand, trying to figure out where the mechanism was. Facing the black muzzle of the gun, Feng Jiao was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Although he didn't know what it was, he didn't forget that the thing that injured Lei Jinting definitely came from that small black hole. He quickly dodged to the side and said, "Han Minghua, be careful." Han Minghua raised his eyebrows with a smile and said, "It's useless." He already knew where the mechanism was, but when he pulled it, nothing shot out. Han Minghua also knew that this was not the time to talk about this, so she did not ask Yi Li. She just played within her hands. As soon as they entered the residence, Han Minghua immediately stuffed the pistol back into Yi Li's hands. Everyone else also looked at her eagerly. Yi Li smiled faintly. She stuffed a black magazine into the pistol, opened the safety, and fired a shot into the sky. With a bang, a sparrow fell from the sky. Everyone looked and saw two bloody holes on the small sparrow's body. It was clear that the hidden weapon had passed through the sparrow's body and directly penetrated it. Good stuff. Han Minghua praised. Although with their level of martial arts, even a stone wouldn't be a problem for them to fight sparrows. Han Minghua could also see that the hidden weapon speed was much faster than normal hidden weapons. It was even faster than the arrows of the Black Cloud Cavalry's best archers. More importantly, this kind of hidden weapon didn't require the user's skills or body condition. As long as it was accurate, it was fine. Yi Li shook her head and said, "It's too loud." They couldn't find any advanced weapons, and things like silencers couldn't be found in a short period of time. So if they wanted to attack at night, this thing wasn't as useful as a bow. However, Yi Li's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia. When she had just recovered her memories, she had never imagined that she would encounter this thing again. Even in her previous life, this could be sent to a museum as an antique. "Princess, can this one try?" Han Minghua asked. Young Master Ming Yu was very knowledgeable and naturally had a great interest in the unknown. Yi Li casually handed it over. Han Minghua looked around and then pulled the trigger at a lantern hanging under the eaves. After a bang, the lantern was still in its original position. Instead, the bullet embedded itself into the wall. "Ha ha ha!" Feng Jiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Han Minghua, could it be that you've become rusty these past few years?" Han Minghua was very smart and knew where the problem was with just one try. She didn't say anything and handed the gun to Feng Jiao with a smile. "Young Master Feng is also a famous archer. Why don't you try?" Feng Jiao didn't care at all. "I'll try." Bang! The white lantern was still swaying in the wind. Feng Jiao's face immediately distorted. Yi Li took the gun and smiled faintly. This indeed doesn't require internal energy, and it doesn't require a strong body. However, there's still a little bit of recoil. So, if you want to practice it well, you still need to put in some effort. Did these people really think that just because they were good at throwing concealed weapons, they could shoot with precision the first time they touched a gun? Junwei, Junwei, our friendship is so good. Can you give me one? Han Mingxi's eyes lit up as he looked at Yi Li eagerly. This thing might not be much to other people with strong martial arts, but to Han Mingxi, who had first-rate Qigong, second-rate internal energy, and third-rate martial arts, it was simply a divine weapon. Yi Li glanced sideways at him and casually threw the gun in her hand over. Go back and find Qin Feng to teach you how to use it. Be careful. If this thing hits a vital point, it will be much more troublesome than arrows and concealed weapons. This was definitely not Yi Li trying to scare Han Mingxi. Don't talk about hitting a vital point. As long as it hit the body, it would be fine if the bullet directly went through it. It would just leave a hole. But if it stayed in the body, just how to take the bullet out would cause a lot of people to die. As for infection after injury, because the bullet contained a small amount of gunpowder and the wound was deep inside the body, the chances of infection were 10 times or even 100 times higher than normal swords. Han Mingxi had also seen the power of this thing, so he naturally held it carefully. Seeing Han Mingxi easily obtain the precious concealed weapon, Feng Jiao and Han Mingyue were also moved. Wang Fei, Yi Li only felt her scalp go numb as she helplessly said, "Don't ask me. There are only 3 of these things that have come out. It will take a few days to get more." Of course, there were many substandard products, but Yi Li did not dare give those things to Feng Jiao and the others. If it went off accidentally, it would be troublesome. Yi Li calculated that in at most 2 or 3 years, this standard pistol could be mass-produced. Maybe it could even be improved. Yi Li did not know if it was right to bring hot weapons into the era of cold weapons ahead of time. But since they had these things in their hands, and they had the foundation left behind by the previous dynasty's Emperor Gaozu, of course, Yi Li couldn't just leave it alone. From cold weapons to bullets and so on, it was always the general trend of human development. It was not bad for them to be one step ahead. Not being able to get what they wanted, Feng Jiao and Han Mingyue were a little disappointed, but they also understood that there was nothing they could do about it. They could only make an agreement with Yi Li to give it to them first after it was made. Yi Li had no choice but to agree. Chapter 1006. Han Mingxi looked at his older brother and reluctantly handed the gun to Han Mingyue. "Big brother, you can play with it first." Han Mingyue reached out and took the gun. She twirled it in her hand and fired again. Young Master Mingyue had always been good at drawing inferences from one case. This time, he had hit the nail on the head. Feng Jiao frowned and said, "This thing is a bit too loud. If it could be completely silent, then it would be a must-have for murder, arson, and sneak attacks." From Feng Jiao's point of view, if several people suddenly fired at close range or at the same time, even an expert like Lei Jinting would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Yi Li raised her eyebrows. They would have silencers, but they couldn't make them for now. After hearing Feng Jiao's words, Han Mingyue looked down at the thing in her hand thoughtfully. "Speaking of which, we still don't know what this hidden weapon is called." Han Mingxi asked. Such an amazing hidden weapon definitely deserved a gorgeous and amazing name. Unfortunately, Yi Li's answer disappointed him. "This is called a gun, a pistol." "Gun? How is this thing like a gun?" Feng Jiao was the first to object. The gun was the king of all weapons, and it was a powerful weapon on the battlefield. Just like Imo Xiuyao, who used a sword most of the time, when he was young, he also used a silver coiling dragon spear to kill his enemies. Yi Li smiled and said, "In short, it's a gun." She waved her hand to indicate that there was no need to discuss it further. She didn't want to give her baby some weird name at all. Not giving Feng Jiao a chance to object, Yi Li waved her hand and left. They had just fired a few shots here, so they must have attracted a lot of attention. She didn't want to be surrounded by a large group of people. Han Mingyue was fiddling with the object in her hand with a curious look on her face. She looked as if she wanted to tear it apart and study it. Han Mingyue was different from Feng Jiao. He was not obsessed with the name of his weapon, let alone Yi Li calling a gun. Even if Yi Li called it a sword, he could totally treat it as a sword, as long as it was useful. Ignoring Feng Jiao's protest, Han Mingyue held her new weapon and left without looking back. Only Han Mingxi and Feng Jiao were left looking at each other. After a long while, Feng Jiao asked, "Do you think this name is reliable?" Han Mingxi looked at him with a smile and said, "I have never used the gun you speak of, so I feel the name Wang Fei came up with must be very reliable." Feng Jiao faintly rolled his eyes. He should not have asked Han Mingxi. Other than his eldest brother, Han Mingxi was most obedient to Wang Fei. Seeing him deeply hurt, Han Mingxi patted his shoulder and comforted, "The name is not important. Wang Fei's hidden weapon is called a gun. Is your gun not a gun?" So from beginning to end, Yili forgot to tell them that it was not a hidden weapon. 20 miles away from Feihong Pass, the Shilling barracks had just suffered a strange attack from Prince Ding's mansion. Even Lei Jinting, who had unparalleled martial arts, was seriously injured. This made the Shilling army, which had been surging with vigor, feel like a goose that had suddenly been choked by someone's neck. Because they did not know if the Mahist army still had that kind of strange weapon, the Shilling army did not dare to camp too close to Feihong Pass. They could only retreat 10 miles. In the military camp, in Lei Jinting's tent, the clothes on Lei Jinting's shoulders had been taken off. The doctors all frowned when they saw why Lei Jinting was injured. There was a medium-sized bloody hole below Lei Jinting's right shoulder. However, this made things difficult for the group of skilled doctors. If it was a bow or a hidden weapon, it would be fine. The arrow could be pulled out directly. Hidden weapons usually could not penetrate deeply. But Jinnum of Gojoseon's injury was deep in his body. Just a little bit more, and his shoulder blade would have been shattered. Even though they could not see what kind of hidden weapon it was, they could feel that it was not big and its edges were not very clear. It was very difficult to take it out without hurting Jinnum of Gojoseon. Another way was to use internal energy to force the hidden weapon out. However, Lei Jinting was the only person in the military who had such a high level of internal energy. Lei Jinting's left hand was chopped off by Mo Lufeng more than 20 years ago. Even if Lei Jinting's right shoulder or left hand was injured, he would not be able to lift his hand to force the hidden weapon out of his back. If he wasn't careful, his originally uninjured bones would really be injured. Lei Jinting's expression was calm. He lowered his head and stared at the bloody hole below his shoulder. He frowned, but there was no pain on his face. "What do you all think?" One of the doctors thought for a while, then stepped forward and said, "We are incompetent. We have never seen such a hidden weapon before. What will happen if it is forcefully taken out?" Lei Jinting asked. The doctor said cautiously, "The prince's martial arts are strong. If it is forcefully taken out, as long as it is properly treated, it should not be a big problem. However, I'm afraid that in the next few months, the prince's right hand will." The doctor paused. He knew that Jinnum of Gojoseon understood what he meant. However, Jinnum of Gojoseon only had one arm. Now that he could not move his right hand, wouldn't that make him a cripple? Lei Jinting's eyes darkened. He thought for a long time before asking, "What if we don't take it out for now?" "Absolutely not." The doctor hurriedly said, "Prince, you absolutely cannot, although we do not know what this hidden weapon is made of. It is definitely not appropriate to leave it in the body. Not to mention that this unknown object may cause harm to the body. If the wound is too deep, it may cause the wound to fester. In the end, the prince may not be able to move his entire shoulder, or even die." Although telling Lei Jinting this put a lot of pressure on the doctor, if Jinnum of Gojoseon died due to improper treatment, they would only be more unlucky. Therefore, although the doctor stared at Lei Jinting's pressuring gaze, they still agreed with the doctor who spoke. Lei Jinting was silent for a long time. He was a decisive person. Even in the current situation, he could not shrink back or be nervous. He quickly calculated the situation in front of him before asking, "If we forcefully take it out now, we will do our best." The doctors said in unison. Lei Jinting sighed and said, "Then let's do it this way." It was not that Lei Jinting did not want to use other methods. However, there were not many people in the world who had the ability to force the hidden weapon out of his body without harming his foundation. Originally, he counted himself as one. It was Mo Xiaoyao, Ling Taihan, and Mu Qingtsong. As for the others, perhaps Dongfang Yu, Ren Qining, and Han Mingyue could also give it a try. However, he could not find any of these people now. Or rather, he could not find any of them. Waving his hand to let the doctors go to prepare, Lei Jinting sighed alone in the tent. You suffered such a heavy blow when you just set out. Yili, I still underestimated you. Faintly, for some reason, Lei Jinting suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. Chapter 1007. On the other side, Lei Jinting was surrounded by several doctors who were taking out the bullet. Although these doctors were highly skilled, it was the first time they had seen something like a bullet. Moreover, the bullet had penetrated deep into the flesh. If it had been a little bit more, it would have sunk into the bone. These doctors had no experience. Even though they were careful, they finally took out the bullet from Lei Jinting's shoulder. But it also made the injury on Lei Jinting's shoulder worse. If he didn't recuperate for 3 to 5 months, he probably wouldn't be able to recover. Even if he did recover in the future, there would probably be some sequelae that were neither light nor heavy. At least, Lei Jinting would be at the bottom of the 4 great masters of the world. The Shilling army was about to reach the city, but after a loud noise, they suddenly retreated, leaving behind a ground full of blood and corpses. This made the soldiers of Feihong Pass curious. In the general's mansion, Yili was stopped by old General Yuan Pei. After hearing Yi Li's story, Yuan Pei could not help but laugh. Good stuff. God is helping our Mahist army. Feng Jiao rolled his eyes. Elder, what do you mean by God is helping us? These things were clearly made by Wang Fei. If the heavens were on Ding Wang Fu's side, then Ding Wang Fu would not have been so unlucky and had such hardships all these years. Yuan Pei stroked his white beard and laughed. Good, good. It is all thanks to Princess. Princess Consort, do you have any more bombs and gunpowder? Yili shook her head regretfully. Today, I've used up all the stocks that I've had for the past 2 years. One must know that to blow up tens of thousands of people in one go, even in the modern era, the amount required was not a small amount. Not to mention the West Hill military camp, the terrain was flat, and there was nothing there. It was just a direct explosion. With the current technology, if it was made into a grenade, it would be good enough to kill 2 people. Putting it together and directly igniting, it would be more powerful. Feng Jiao said, Lei Jinting not being able to personally go to the battlefield is always beneficial to us. At the very least, because of what happened today, the morale of the Shilling army was definitely not going to improve in the short term. Yili smiled and nodded. That's right. Since that's the case, please prepare yourselves. I'll leave Feihong Pass to you. Everyone stood up and said, this subordinate obeys. On the other hand, Leng Huai and Lu Jingxian, who were originally stationed at the Chujing Chongqing city, had also met up with Mo Jingli's army outside of Liang City. With Mo Xiuyao's death, the entire battlefield began to shift towards the northwest. The Cold Valley Pass, which was originally a strategic location, was now completely deserted. Mo Jingli blocked the path of the Mahist army in Liang City. However, Leng Huai and Lu Jingxian were in a hurry to rush back to Feihong Pass to reinforce the Prince-Ding mansion. Neither side was willing to give in. In just a few days, there were several battles, big and small, and both sides suffered casualties. In the end, Mo Jingli simply closed the city and did not come out. In any case, he did not ask to destroy Lu Jingxian and Leng Huai. As long as he defended Liang City and made Lu Jingxian and Leng Huai unable to pass, he would have already won. This way of avoiding battle made Lu Jingxian and Leng Huai even more angry than fighting face-to-face. Attacking a city was a very time-consuming thing. Back then, the northern region attacked Zijing Pass for half a year and did not break. After that, they attacked the capital of the Chu state for more than 3 months. However, what they lacked the most now was time. Even though Leng Huai and Lu Jingxian were calm and collected people, they could not help but secretly scold Mo Jingli for being despicable. In the Mahist army commander's tent, Lu Jingxian frowned and walked back and forth in the tent. Leng Huai, Hisu, and the others who were sitting on the side were also frowning. Leng Huai put down his teacup and sighed. General Lu, don't go. You're making me dizzy. LV Jinxian stared blankly for a moment before sitting down again. He said with a heavy expression, "In just half a month, Lei Jinting has already led more than 10,000 troops to Feihong Pass. Moreover, there are still more troops coming to the north from the border of Shilin. I'm really worried." He was really worried that the princess could not hold on. In Feihong Pass, except for old General Yuan Pei, there were all young generals. Although General Yuan Pei was good at war, he was already over 70 years old. How could they not be worried? Leng Huai said, "If Feihong Pass really cannot hold on, the princess will definitely call back Marquis, Nan, and General Morong. At that time, they can hold on for a few days. What we need to do is to break into Liang City as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if Feihong Pass is broken now, we can only worry here. Mo Jingli has been like a coward these days. No matter how much we scold him, he won't come out. What can we do?" Yin Ting said angrily. Of course, this anger was directed at Mo Jingli, who was hiding in the city and refused to come out to fight. Su Qingfeng frowned and said, "Why don't I bring people to sneak into the city and coordinate with them?" Lu Jingxian shook his head and said, "No, Liang City is easy to defend and hard to attack. Also, there are 800,000 soldiers in the city. Mo Jingli is not short of people now. Although Qi Lin is powerful, if he wants to sneak in too many people, I'm afraid he won't be able to do anything. If there were still loopholes for people to exploit with 800,000 soldiers guarding a city, Mo Jingli could bury himself now." Leng Huai suddenly smiled and said, "That's right, 800,000 people. How much food do you think Mo Jingli will have in Liang?" Liang was not a particularly big city. More importantly, Liang was not the main food production area of the Chu state. Therefore, there would not be much food in the city. The amount of food needed for 800,000 people in a day was definitely not a small amount. Hearing this, Yin Ting raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "We can still help him. We can't sneak in too many people, but it's always possible to find a few experts to set fire." Su Qingfeng stood up and nodded. "No problem. Leave this to me." Naturally, this kind of thing could only be left to Qi Lin, who was the strongest individual soldier in the Mahist army and was proficient in all kinds of skills. Lu Jingxian nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Commander Su. Mo Jingli will definitely not let his guard down. Commander Su, you must be careful." Su Qingfeng nodded. "Generals, just wait for the good news." Su Qingfeng did not beat around the bush. He said goodbye to everyone and left the tent. Leng Huai sighed and said, "I hope that Commander Su will succeed." Su thought for a while and asked, "Do we still need to arrange for people to intercept the troops behind the Chu state?" Lu Jingxian waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. If Mo Jingli still has food behind him, let them come over." Although they did not know what Lu Jingxian was planning, seeing how calm he was, they guessed that he had an idea. Therefore, they did not ask any more questions. Reporting to General Lu, General Long, "There's a person called Yi outside the gate." A guard came in and reported. "Yi? Who is that?" Everyone was confused. Lu Jingxian thought for a while and said, "Let him in." Chapter 1008. The guards obeyed the order and went to invite the person. The people in the tent couldn't help but guess. Yin Ting rubbed his head and asked, "Could it be someone from Wang Fei's paternal family?" Of the people they knew, only Wang Fei had the surname Yi. Su raised an eyebrow and said, "In Wang Fei's paternal family, the only one who could be called young master's age is that boy from the Yi family called Yi Rong. Do you think it's possible for him to come all the way to the barracks?" Yin Ting came to a realization and immediately felt that his guess was ridiculous. He had seen that fatty Yi Rong before. He was clearly a scholar, but was so fat that his eyes could not be seen. He did not have the noble air of a scholar who studied hard. Sometimes, he looked even more vulgar than them who practiced martial arts. Speaking of which, Yi Shanshu had been a famous handsome man in the Chu capital. No matter what the characters of the Yi family's daughters were, at least they were all beauties. But they had given birth to a defective product like Yi Rong. However, the two old women of the Yi family were very protective of him. as if they were afraid he would be blown away by the wind when he went out. In reality, Yirong's appearance was definitely not ugly. When he was young, he could be considered a handsome child. It was a pity that Wang Shi did not know how to teach children. As the saying went, the appearance was born from the heart. Yirong did not even learn half of Yi Shanshu's talent. He was taught by Wang Shi all day long, and his temperament became even more vulgar. In addition, he ate and drank so much these years that his body continued to expand. This gave Yin Ting, who had only seen him once, a very ugly impression. Leng Huai also shook his head. Even though he had lived in the Chu capital for decades, he did not remember anyone from the Yi family that could be brought out. He smiled and said, "Since he's here, we'll know who he is when we see him." A while later, an unfamiliar man in white walked in. He looked at everyone and said with a faint smile, "Hello, everyone." Leng Huai and Lu Jingxian both frowned. The appearance of the man in front of them was average. He was the type that could not be remembered even if they saw him a few times. But due to his elegant white robes, the two were certain that they had never seen this man before. "This young master," Leng Huai asked in a low voice. "Who are you?" Before Leng Huai could finish asking, Hisu, who was sitting on the side, had already stood up and stared coldly at the man in white. Everyone looked at him. Hisu, and Hisu was calm. If there were no special circumstances, he would not speak to Leng Huai. Hisu narrowed his eyes and said, "He changed his appearance. But yes, after all, no matter how exquisite it was not a real face. There would always be some flaws. It was not plastic surgery." Since he couldn't hide it from Yi Li, he naturally couldn't hide it from Hisu, who was taught by Yi Li. Hearing Hisu's words, everyone immediately became alert. The man in white smiled helplessly and sighed. "If I knew you were here, I wouldn't have done this." He raised his hand and wiped his face, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face. However, the crowd could not help but cry out in alarm. "Your Highness!" Yin Ting was so shocked that the chair he was sitting on fell to the ground. He pointed at the man in front of him and said, "What kind of demon are you? How dare you impersonate Prince?" It was no wonder that everyone was shocked. A few days ago, when the news of Mo Xiaoyao's death reached the army, Lu Jingxian and the others almost fainted from fright. Originally, they did not believe it until they heard that Wang Fei had already hidden Prince Ding in Feihong Pass. Even Lei Jinting and Mo Jingli had personally gone to pay their respects. Only then did everyone accept this grievous news. Now Mo Xiaoyao suddenly stood in front of everyone alive. How could they not be shocked? Mo Xiaoyao glanced indifferently at Yin Ting and waved his hand. A gust of wind swept past, and an inkstone on Lu Jinxian's table instantly shattered. Everyone looked at each other, and then looked at Mo Xiaoyao in front of them. There were not many people in the world who could have such exquisite and profound internal energy. Yin Ting frowned and said, "Are you Ling Taihan or Mu Qingtsang?" At least, it was definitely not Lei Jinting. Lei Jinting only had one hand. It would be difficult for Mo Xiaoyao to become a two-handed Mo Xiaoyao. Hisu had already calmed down by now. After a long silence, he said, "It really is Prince." Mo Xiaoyao sighed and took out an ink-colored jade pendant. He waved it and said, "Do you believe me now?" Seeing the ink-colored jade pendant in the Prince Ding mansion that represented Prince Ding's identity, everyone finally came back to their senses. Lu Jingxian and the others were even more excited. Prince, how did you?" For a moment, Lu Jingxian was also confused and could not express his meaning. They wanted to ask too many questions, and for a moment, they didn't know what to ask. It was Leng Huai who calmed down and asked, "Why is Prince here?" Mo Xiaoyao said, "I heard that you were blocked in Liang, so I came to take a look. Your subordinates are useless. Prince, please punish us." Lu Jingxian and Leng Huai said in unison. Mo Xiaoyao waved his hand and said, "How can you be blamed for this? Originally, it was I who suddenly had an accident that interrupted your deployment." Lu Jingxian asked worriedly, "Prince is really injured?" Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, "He did receive some small injuries." The more Mo Xiaoyao downplayed it, the more worried Lu Jingxian and the others were. If he wasn't seriously injured, why would Prince Ding suddenly disappear? It should be known that the current situation did not benefit the Mahist army at all. And Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and smiled. I am really fine, but I just felt that this was an opportunity. That's why. He didn't want Li Li to think that he was seriously injured when he went back. Now that Mo Hua was by Li Li's side, Lily would only think that he was deliberately killed in the explosion for the sake of plotting against her. Of course, he wasn't seriously injured in the first place. After sizing up Mo Xiaoyao and seeing that he was really fine, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Lu Jingxian asked, "What is Prince's plan?" Prince Ding suddenly came here. Naturally, it couldn't be that he came to see them like he said. It must be because they were also a part of his plan. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said, "There's no need to rush the plan. Let's get rid of Mo Jingli first." Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly, not hiding the murderous intent that flashed through his eyes. "Prince is right," Lu Jingxian said. "Now that Lei Jinting's army is at Feihong Pass, we really need to get rid of Mo Jingli as soon as possible so that we can go back to the northwest and break the siege of Feihong Pass." Then he told them about the plan to let Su Qingfeng bring people into the city to burn Mo Jingli's provisions. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Very good. I will also go." Lu Jingxian frowned and said, "Although this is a serious matter, Prince doesn't need to personally take the risk. Prince, please reconsider." Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, "I have other things to do." Seeing that Mo Xiaoyao was determined to go, everyone stopped trying to persuade him. At the side, Su asked, "Prince, does the princess know the whereabouts of the prince? Should we send someone to inform the princess of the prince's whereabouts?" Mo Xiaoyao paused, then casually waved his hand and walked out. Chapter 1009. Yin Ting and Su exchanged a look. Yin Ting asked, "What does Prince mean by this? Is he not going to tell Wang Fei?" Su frowned and said, "I feel that it should be whatever." He did not say no, it was okay. Su felt that with Prince's personality, it was very likely that he did not tell Wang Fei his whereabouts this time, because he was wounded. Su, who was observant, naturally would not miss Mo Xiaoyao's still slightly pale complexion and his slightly weakened appearance. Yin Ting thought and felt that Su was right. He nodded and said, "It doesn't matter. In any case, when they destroyed Mo Jingli, Wang Fei would know where Prince was." Yin Ting did not feel that there was a difference between 2 days earlier and 2 days later. Mo Xiaoyao had just appeared in the army for a quarter of an hour before disappearing again. Before he left, he had strictly ordered that no one other than Yi Li was allowed to leak his information. But Mo Xiaoyao's brief appearance had calmed the anxiety of Lu Jingxian and the others. With how much importance Prince placed on Wang Fei, if he was not worried about Feihong Pass, then it meant that Wang Fei and Feihong Pass were not in danger. Since that was the case, they naturally were not in a hurry. After Mo Xiaoyao left the army camp, he did not find Su Qingfeng and the others to enter Liyang with them. He waited until the sky darkened before he leisurely crossed the city walls and entered Liyang City. As expected, the city was heavily guarded. Even though the sky had just darkened, there were no people walking on the streets. Every household had their doors closed as though they had gone to bed early. But even so, there were still many soldiers patrolling the streets. It could be said that there was a sentry every 5 steps and a guard every 10 steps. Clearly, Mo Jingli had suffered at the hands of Qi Lin and was on guard against them sneaking into the city. These heavily guarded sentries naturally didn't pose any obstacle to Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao leisurely shuttled through the streets and alleys of Liyang City. According to the map of Liyang City in his mind, he soon found his destination. It was originally the Liyang governor's residence, which was also where Mo Jingli was temporarily staying. Mo Xiaoyao's figure flashed and flew into the governor's office, heading towards the most lively place in the office. Tonight, the main hall of the governor's office was filled with singing and dancing. Mo Jingli was in a good mood as he sat on the chair, enjoying the wine and enjoying himself with this enchanting beauty. Although there were many things that made him feel very unhappy these days, overall, it was still very good. Of course, to Mo Jingli, as long as Mo Xiuyao was dead, anything would make him happy. Therefore, even if the aristocratic families of Yinzhou did not care about his identity as the emperor and made him suffer a few soft rebuffs, Mo Jingli was still able to tolerate them. Glancing at the guests below, Mo Jingli smiled with satisfaction. So what if they were aristocratic families? They were nothing without power. Therefore, he was the one at the top. Even if the people below were unwilling, they had no choice but to sit below and force a smile. Mr. Chu, is it because I didn't serve you well? Why aren't you drinking? Mo Jingli stared at a middle-aged man sitting on the first seat from the right and smiled faintly. His malicious eyes were filled with malice and complacency. This middle-aged man was the current head of the Chu family. He was also the cousin of the first madam of the Su family. The head of the Chu family said indifferently, "Thank you, Emperor Chu. I'm not feeling well and can't drink." A trace of viciousness flashed through Mo Jingli's eyes. He sneered, "Emperor Chu? So, Mr. Chu doesn't recognize himself as a citizen of the Chu state?" The head of the Chu family did not shrink back. He said calmly, "The Chu family is naturally a citizen of the Chu state. However, it depends on whether this Chu state is the Chu state. The Chu family only respects the orthodox bloodline of the imperial family." Presumptuous. Mo Jingli flew into a rage. Now that Mo Xiuyao had died, the biggest knot in Mo Jingli's heart was that he had not obtained the throne. Although he had used his power in Jiangnan to suppress all kinds of discussions in the court. However, Mo Xiyun had died in the regent's residence. This was a fact that no one could avoid. Even if others did not say it on the surface, there were definitely many people who secretly cursed Mo Jingli for killing the emperor and seizing the throne. Previously, Mo Jingli had already made up his mind. When he returned, he would kill all of Mo Jingqi's sons and see who could say anything. At the same time, when the head of the Chu family mentioned the imperial bloodline, he also poked at another sore spot for Mo Jingli. Mo Jingli would never have a son that belonged to him in this life. As a result, not to mention the orthodox bloodline of the imperial family, the Chu state's imperial family would have no more descendants. In the future, he could only adopt a child from the imperial family to inherit the throne. When he thought of this, Mo Jingli could not help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. The head of the Chu family did not fear Mo Jingli's exposure at all. He calmly looked at the ruthless ruler in front of him. In reality, it was not that the Chu family was so daring that they had to oppose Mo Jingli. It was that the Chu family did not have high hopes for Mo Jingli as the emperor. For a large family that had lasted for many generations, the most important thing for them to be able to stand tall was to be able to hold their position. Even though Mo Jingli seemed to have the upper hand now, the Chu family did not think that Mo Jingli would have a last laugh. But Mo Jingli asked for all of the famous families in Yinzhou to be loyal to him. Yinzhou was a gathering place of people. Most of the famous families in Yinzhou were scholarly families. They had always had an extraordinary influence on the scholars of the world. Mo Jingli asked for all of these families to publicly swear loyalty to him and issue a statement against the Prince Ding mansion. This was something that no family head with foresight would be willing to do. Even now that Prince Ding had suddenly passed away, the Mahist army seemed to have fallen into a difficult situation. But do not forget that the Mahist army still controlled the Chu capital and the Emperor's Shilling City. Glass City was a quasi-capital. There were also places east of Cold Valley Pass, north of Spirit Vulture Mountain, and west of Feihong Pass. The total area of these places was more than twice that of Jiangnan. In addition, the Prince Ding mansion was filled with famous generals. They also had the support of young Master Qingshun and the Su family. The Chu family really could not see where Mo Jingli's chances of winning lay. If they publicly went against the Prince Ding mansion now, when the Prince Ding mansion won in the future, the Chu family would be doomed. even if they were lucky enough to escape this disaster. If the Chu family sided with the Prince Ding mansion again, they would be seen as fence-sitters, and the Chu family's reputation would be ruined. Chu Xiaoying, you are impudent. Do you think that I do not dare to kill you? Mo Jingli waved the wine cup in his hand. With a bang, it fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The Chu family head lowered his eyes. This one is speaking the truth. Even if Emperor Chu kills this one will still say the same thing. Mo Jingli suppressed the anger in his heart. He swept his gaze over the people below and asked, "What about you? Do you also have the same intentions as him?" After a while, someone finally couldn't withstand the pressure and stood up. He said in a trembling voice, "We are willing to pledge our loyalty to your majesty." Mo Jingli snorted lightly. He was not satisfied with this. These people were only from a few small and medium-sized families. Not a single one of the truly first-rate families stood up. Mo Jingli really wanted to drag these people out and kill them all. However, he had no choice but to endure at this time. "Mr. Chu, this one remembers that your Chu family has a young master called Chu Junwei." Mo Jingli took a deep breath and suddenly asked. The Chu family head was stunned. He nodded with some surprise and said, "That's right. He is a nephew of the Chu family's branch family." Chapter 10:10. Oh, this young master Chu can be considered an outstanding talent of his time. When I was in Jiangnan, I once had a good chat with him. Why didn't young Master Chu come today? Mo Jingli asked. A trace of confusion flashed through the Chu family head's eyes. He frowned and said, "When did Emperor Chu meet nephew Junwei?" "A few months ago." "That's impossible," the Chu family head said. Mo Jingli narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Chu, are you saying that I'm lying?" The Chu family head shook his head and said calmly, "No, it's just that this nephew of mine is indeed outstanding. However, he already passed away several years ago. At the time, he wasn't even 12 years old. He could be considered to have died young. How could he have a good chat with Emperor Chu?" Before the Chu family head finished speaking, Mo Jingli's face had already turned ashen. The various family heads who had been forced to attend the banquet looked at the man wearing the emperor's robes. His face was sometimes ashen, sometimes red, and sometimes black. How could they not know what had happened? They were all born and raised in Liang. If the Chu family really had such an outstanding person, how could these local nobles not know? This clearly meant that Mo Jingli had been fooled by someone using the Chu family's name. Mo Jingli was instantly enraged by the humiliation of losing face in front of the masters of these prestigious families. He stared at the Chu family head and said, "Mr. Chu, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you think that I'm lying?" The truth had already reached this point. Mo Jingli had already guessed that he must have been fooled by that Chu Junwei back in Nanjing. After connecting the dots, Mo Jingli was almost certain that Chu Junwei had something to do with the Prince Ding mansion. However, in front of these people, how could he admit that he had been fooled by someone from the Prince Ding mansion? Moreover, the Chu family and the Su family were in-laws. It wouldn't be right for him to make an example out of the Chu family, right? The Chu family head said calmly, "This one doesn't dare." However, Junwei of the Chu clan has indeed passed away many years ago. If Emperor Chu doesn't have the surname, this one can take out the Chu clan's genealogy for Emperor Chu to look over. Mo Jingli naturally wouldn't do something like slapping himself in the face. He didn't care about the others' expressions and sneered and said, "The Chu clan secretly colluding with the Prince Ding mansion and attempted treason. Take him down for me. Confiscate the entire Chu clan's property and detain him." Fortunately, Mo Jingli still retained some rationality. He only planned to imprison the Chu family and not directly execute them, although he really wanted to do that. Two guards quickly came forward, grabbed the Chu family head, and dragged him out of the door. Everyone present couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Most of them were from prestigious families, and many of them used to be families of government officials. No matter who was in charge, they had to give them some face. But who would have thought that in less than half a month after Mo Jingli arrived, the head of the Chu family, which was second only to the Su family in the entire Yunzhou and was now the #1 family in Yunzhou, would be dragged out so rudely. On the one hand, these family heads' impression of Mo Jingli was getting worse and worse. However, at the same time, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. It should be known that the status of these scholars was determined by the attitude of those in power. When those in power respected the scholars, their status was very high. However, in this chaotic world, when those in power viewed the scholars as ants, there was nothing they could do. Looking at these family heads whose expressions changed slightly, Mo Jingli sneered. He raised his cup and said, "Everyone, there's no need to spoil the mood for such a small matter. Come, let me propose a toast to everyone." Regardless of whether they were willing or not, at least this time, everyone raised their cups. Mo Jingli was pleased. With the Chu family's example, these people should know that if the ruler wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. Outside the hall, Mo Xiaoyao leisurely leaned against a tree outside the room. He closed his eyes and listened to everything that was happening inside. He didn't open his eyes until the Chu family head was dragged out. A smile flashed across his lips. The Chu family head was dragged by 2 guards to the governor's mansion's dungeon. Just as he was thinking about what to do next, a low voice suddenly entered his ears. "Don't worry, the Chu family won't be in danger." The Chu family head was stunned. However, the 2 guards beside him didn't react. It was as if what he heard was just a hallucination. However, he was very sure that he wasn't hallucinating. He really did hear a person's voice. It seemed to be very far away, but it also seemed to be in his mind. Who was it? As if understanding his doubts, the voice calmly said 3 words, "Mo Xiaoyao." The Chu family head lowered his head to hide the shock in his eyes. He finally remembered who this voice belonged to. That year, during Master Qingyin's birthday, he also went to Glass City. Originally, according to the relationship between the Chu family and the Su family, it was natural for the Chu family to submit to the Prince Ding mansion. However, the Chu family and the Su family were different. Although the Su family was also a large family, they didn't have many descendants. As for the Chu family, not to mention the various branches, just the recent generations of the main family were enough to shock people. They were also spread all over the country. Once the main family of the Chu family moved to Glass City, these branch family members would be in big trouble. Moreover, the situation at the Prince Ding mansion wasn't as clear as it was later. Therefore, the Chu family only went to express their goodwill to the Chu family and the Su family. They didn't pledge their loyalty to the Prince Ding mansion. Although 1 or 2 years had passed, the Chu family's patriarch still remembered Prince Ding's deep and unique voice that could easily make people submit to him. The Chu family head didn't have the time to be shocked that Prince Ding didn't die. Instead, he appeared at Mo Jingli's camp in Lyon. As the head of a large family, he could quickly calm down and realize that this was a great opportunity for the Chu family. When he thought up to here, a trace of a resolute expression flashed in the eyes of the Chu clan's patriarch, and he suddenly said, "Go report to His Majesty, Emperor Chu. The Chu clan is willing to swear loyalty to Emperor Chu." Chapter 10:11. Although they were surprised by the Chu family's master's sudden change of heart, the 2 guards still dutifully brought him back to the main hall. After all, the emperor didn't plan on killing the Chu family's master. It wouldn't be easy for someone like him to die. If he was allowed to make a comeback, he could easily kill these worthless guards with a single slap. As expected, Mo Jingli immediately ordered for the Chu family's master to be brought back to the main hall. This time, the Chu family's master didn't hesitate at all and knelt on the ground. He lowered his head and said, "This commoner Chu Shaoying kowtows in salute to the emperor." Everyone present was in an uproar. It had to be known that the Chu family was the most indifferent to Mo Jingli. Furthermore, due to the relationship between the Chu family and the Su family, everyone knew that even if the Chu family pledged their loyalty to Mo Jingli, they still wouldn't be able to obtain anything important. Mo Jingli raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. When he saw the Chu family's master kneel in front of him, Mo Jingli felt an indescribable joy in his heart. It was as if he was looking at the Su family kneeling in front of him. Mo Jingli raised his eyebrows and asked, Mr. Chu, why did you change your mind so quickly? The Chu family's master lowered his head and said, This commoner was confused for a moment. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. If the Chu family is destroyed by this commoner's hands, this commoner will not be able to absolve himself from the blame, even if he dies 10,000 times. Oh, Mo Jingli looked pensive. If Chu Xiaoying had given him some other reason, he might not have believed him. However, Mo Jingli knew that these so-called aristocratic families viewed their own families as more important than anything else. They were willing to sacrifice anything for the continuation of their families. If it was for the sake of the Chu family, then it was reasonable. Oh, the Chu family is willing to pledge their loyalty to us? Then what about our previous suggestion? Mo Jingli asked. Chu Xiaoying nodded and said, Yes, the Chu family is willing to pledge loyalty to Your Majesty. We hope that Your Majesty can unite the mountains and rivers as soon as possible. The Chu family will do everything in our power to satisfy Your Majesty's orders. Mo Jingli was finally satisfied when he saw his reaction. He laughed heartily and personally got up to serve Chu Xiaoying. She smiled and said, I was just joking with you, Mr. Chu. Please don't take offense. Chu Xiaoying's face was pale. He nodded respectfully and said, I wouldn't dare. It was as if he was really frightened. Mo Jingli glanced at everyone present and said with a smile, Mr. Chu's righteousness comforts us. What do you think of the other matters? The family heads who were closest to the Chu family were also people who didn't think highly of Mo Jingli. They all looked at Chu Xiaoying in confusion. Chu Xiaoying looked down indifferently and nodded slightly. Even though they didn't know why he suddenly changed, these people still had some confidence in Chu Xiaoying. The Chu family couldn't possibly give up on the Prince Ding mansion and the Su family. Instead, they would pledge their allegiance to Mo Jingli. Even if the Prince Ding mansion was going to fall, it would be better for them to live in seclusion rather than pledge their allegiance to Mo Jingli. At least they wouldn't have to worry about their family being exterminated or being played to death by Lejanting. After thinking for a while, the people all stood up and said, We are willing to pledge our loyalty to Your Majesty. Good. That's great. Come, let us toast to Mr. Chu and everyone else. Mo Jingli laughed in satisfaction. His anger from before had been completely swept away. Peace had just returned to the hall, but it seemed like the heavens had decided that tonight's banquet wouldn't go smoothly. Someone hurriedly came in from outside to report. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Mahist army has moved into the city and just set fire to the granary in the west of the city. What? Mo Jingli slammed the table and walked out. He sternly asked, Where are they? Reporting, Your Majesty, General Li is leading people to arrest them. The person who came to report quickly said, Arrest them? Arrest my ass. They only found out after they had people sneak into the city and set fire to the granary. What are they doing? Mo Jingli angrily kicked away a wooden table in front of him and roared angrily. This subordinate knows his mistake. Enough. Mo Jingli cut off his meaningless apology. He swept his eyes over everyone present and coldly said, You can all go back first. That's all for tonight. Chu Xiaoying and the others stood up and bid farewell. Chu Xiaoying thought for a bit before walking forward and saying, Your Majesty, the Chu family still has some food stored up. We are willing to offer it to Your Majesty to solve this urgent problem. Hearing Chu Xiaoying's words, Mo Jingli's expression relaxed a bit. He nodded and said, Then I thank Mr. Chu. After everyone left, Mo Jingli coldly asked, How much was burned? The person below couldn't help but gulp and say in a trembling voice, The 3 granaries in the west of the city were all burned at the same time. The granary in the north of the city was also mostly burned. Our army's food. I'm afraid it won't last for more than 2 days. Mo Jingli's brows slightly furrowed. He wasn't too worried about the food. The march this time was in a hurry, so not all of the food had arrived. At most, the food would arrive in a few days. Not to mention, there were many rich families in Liang City. Even if these people didn't look as rich as the so-called rich merchants, they had more resources than the rich merchants. Now that the world was in chaos, he would never believe that these people didn't secretly store food. What really made Mo Jingli uneasy was the Mahist army that sneaked into the city. Liang City was heavily guarded, but the Mahist army was still able to sneak into the city and set fire to the food. This made Mo Jingli feel very shocked and uneasy. Tell General Li to capture all of the Mahist army that entered the city. Mo Jingli said in a deep voice. This subordinate obeys. Get out. Seeing the people below scramble out, Mo Jingli looked at the empty hall in front of him with annoyance. He raised his hand and fiercely smashed the wine cup in front of him on the ground. Mo Xiaoyao, you're already dead. I don't believe I can't beat you. In the middle of the night, Mo Jingli was drunk as he was helped back to his room by a servant. The enchanting woman who had been waiting there quickly came up and helped him to the bed. She softly said, Emperor, are you drunk? Mo Jingli looked at the woman in front of him with drunken eyes and said, Impudent, who are you? The woman said in a wrong tone, Emperor, what's wrong? I'm Consort Li. Consort Li? Mo Jingli was in a bad mood because he had drunk too much. He was a bit confused for a moment. Who is Consort Li? Oh, it's you. You are. Consort Li said with a happy smile. It's Mimi. Although she was only a dancer, she was Mo Jingli's most beloved concubine. Otherwise, Mo Jingli wouldn't have brought her with him even when he was on the battlefield. Mo Jingli nodded and said, It's you. You're Yili. Consort Li felt the top of her head go cold and couldn't react for a moment. She had naturally heard of Yili's name before, but she didn't think that the emperor would call out Princess Ding's name in this kind of place. In regards to this, imperial concubine, Li did not feel any jealousy. When the difference between a person and another person was too great, she couldn't even feel jealousy. She only felt shock and faintly felt that hearing this wasn't a good thing for her. Chapter 10-12. The completely drunk Mo Jingli did not have the mind to care about Consort Li's shock. He grabbed the woman in front of the OP and kissed her. As he kissed her, he muttered, Yili, you actually dare to reject this one. Over and over again. Ha! Now that Mo Xiaoyao is dead, you'll be this one sooner or later. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, this one will take back the promise from before. This one will demote you to the lowest level of concubine. Yili. Consort Li was so scared by Mo Jingli's words that she did not dare to move. She wanted to leave and faint as if she didn't hear anything. Just as she was about to cry, she felt a pain in her back, and she immediately lost consciousness. Beside the large and luxurious bed, there was a white-clothed man standing there. Just the killing intent in his eyes was enough to make anyone retreat. Even Mo Jingli, who was lying on the bed with the beauty in his arms and was so drunk that he couldn't tell the difference between north and south, instinctively felt a chill. He couldn't help trembling as he hugged the woman in his arms even tighter. Yili, this one will definitely have you. This one will definitely let you know that this one is stronger than Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao looked down at the man and woman on the bed. His originally handsome eyes were now filled with a sinister scarlet color, as if he was a ghost from the underworld. Mo Xiaoyao leaned over and raised his hand to slowly stroke Mo Jingli's neck. Mo Jingli, who was still sleeping, did not know that if the person in front of him used a bit more strength, he would never wake up again. After a while, the hand that was holding his neck slowly let go. He turned his hand towards the woman in Mo Jingli's arms. The unconscious woman's body trembled, and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of her lips. She quickly stopped breathing. Mo Xiaoyao didn't have the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. This woman might be innocent, but she definitely couldn't live after hearing such words. Mo Xiaoyao stood by the bed for a while. Then his lips suddenly curved into a bloodthirsty smile. Half an hour later, a white figure flashed out of the governor's office and disappeared into the dark night. In the west of Liang City, the head of the Chu family, Chu Shaoying, had just sent off a wave of the Chu state soldiers who had come to search for him and returned to his study. There were already several people sitting in the study. When they saw Chu Xiaoying walk in, one of them immediately stood up and grabbed Chu Xiaoying and asked anxiously, "Brother Chu, what are you thinking? Today's matter, that Mo Jingli seems to be. Which of these people who could control such a large family head wasn't a shrewd person? In their opinion, even if Prince Ding died and the Mahist army was defeated, Mo Jingli would probably be swallowed up by Jinnum of Gojoseon. Even if they took 10,000 steps back, Mo Jingli had stabilized the situation. With Mo Jingli's personality, they definitely wouldn't have a good time in the future. At that time, they would probably have to give up the bow after the birds are killed. Chu Xiaoying looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Everyone here is my close friend, and I know everyone's surname. I won't lie to everyone. To be honest, I also don't think Mo Jingli will succeed." Then, "Brother Chu, what are you doing?" Everyone didn't understand. After publicly pledging loyalty to Mo Jingli, if they betrayed him, then the reputation of the Chu family would be gone. Moreover, even if they pledged allegiance to someone else in the future, they probably wouldn't be put in an important position. After all, if the Chu family could rebel against Mo Jingli, then they could rebel against someone else in the future. Chu Xiaoying smiled and didn't say anything. One of the people saw the smile on Chu Xiaoying's face and said, "Could it be that Brother Chu has already made his decision?" Chu Xiaoying nodded and said, "That's right." Everyone looked at each other. One of them dipped his hand in water and wrote the words said on the table. Everyone present had an expression of as expected. Chu Xiaoying said seriously, "I've put my life and the Chu family in everyone's hands." "Everyone, please." "Brother Chu, what are you saying? You and I have known each other for decades. Don't you trust each other?" "To be honest, Brother Chu and I have the same idea. It's just that we haven't had any connections. With the relationship between the Chu family and the Su family, it should be much more convenient." Although Prince Ding wasn't around now, young Master Qingshun was. The Prince Ding mansion's little heir was already 8 or 9 years old. With the help of young Master Qingshun and the 2 masters of the Su family, he would definitely be able to hold his own in less than 10 years. At that time, it was hard to say who would have the final say in this world. At least, the Prince Ding mansion seemed far more reliable than Mo Jingli. Chu Xiaoying smiled and said, "Many thanks, everyone. As long as the Chu family is still around, you won't lose out." Hearing Chu Xiaoying's promise, everyone couldn't help but smile. Originally, Chu Xiaoying was still stubbornly refusing to pledge allegiance to Mo Jingli. However, after going out for a trip, he suddenly changed his mind. Mo Jingli might think that Chu Xiaoying was afraid, but how could they, who had known each other for decades, not know what kind of person Chu Xiaoying was? Without full confidence, Chu Xiaoying definitely wouldn't risk the Chu family. Since that's the case, we'll leave everything to Brother Chu. We'll listen to all of Brother Chu's orders. Everyone cupped their hands and smiled. Chu Xiaoying nodded and replied solemnly, "Everyone, please don't worry. Chu Xiaoying definitely won't betray everyone's trust." "In that case, we'll have to trouble Brother Chu. We'll take our leave. We won't see you out." After sending everyone out of the study, Chu Xiaoying closed the door. Just as he turned around, he almost jumped in fright. A white-clothed man was sitting in the originally empty study, looking at him leisurely. He was even holding a cup of hot tea in his hand. Just as he was sending this person out, this person not only entered the study, but even had the time to make a cup of tea for him. After being stunned for a moment, Chu Xiaoying came back to his senses and bowed respectfully to the white-clothed man. "Chu Xiaoying greets His Highness Prince Ding." Mo Xiao nodded with a smile and said, "Mr. Chu, there's no need to be so courteous. I've let Mr. Chu suffer tonight." Mo Xiao inwardly praised Chu Xiaoying's extraordinary composure. Even though the Su family was full of heroes, the Chu family's reputation was only average. However, to be able to control the second most powerful family in Yunzhou, which was also one of the top 5 families in the entire Chu state, Chu Xiaoying's abilities were definitely not ordinary. After meeting him tonight, He realized that this family head was indeed a truly intelligent person. However, compared to the innate intelligence of the Su family, this person was more like a great intellectual who appeared to be stupid. Chu Xiaoying smiled bitterly and said frankly, "Prince Ding, you're exaggerating. If it wasn't for Prince Ding's reminder tonight, I'm afraid." Mo Xiaoyao understood Chu Xiaoying's meaning. No matter what, in Chu Xiaoying's eyes, the Chu family was still the most important. If Mo Xiaoyao hadn't appeared, Chu Xiaoying would have very likely compromised with Mo Jingli when he had no other choice. Mo Xiaoyao waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to worry about this matter. Chu Xiaoying hurriedly thanked him, then cautiously sat down and asked, "Prince Ding, do you have any orders for entering the city in the middle of the night?" Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "I can't say that I have any orders. In 3 days, the Mahist army will definitely break into Liang City. Before that, I hope that in the name of the Chu family and the great families of Yinzhou, I will announce this to the world." Mo Xiaoyao took out a letter filled with his own words and handed it to Chu Xiaoying. Chu Xiaoying received it and glanced at it. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. As he read further, his expression changed. In it, Mo Xiaoyao had used the secret medicine in the southern border to murder the late Emperor Mo Jingqi, hounding Mo Xian to death, putting the Empress Dowager under house arrest, detaining the soldiers' pay and provisions in Zijing Pass, causing Zijing Pass to be breached by the northern tribes, and finally sending troops to the Chu capital. If these were really released, Mo Jingli's reputation would be ruined, and everyone would want to beat him up. Chapter 10:13. Chu Xiaoying thought for a moment, then asked, "Prince, is this all true?" Even someone like Chu Xiaoying would never have guessed that Mo Jingli had so many shameful things in private. Most importantly, even if he did, he couldn't let his enemies have a handle on him. Mo Xiaoyao nodded leisurely. Mr. Chu doesn't believe in the ability of Qi Lin and the Mahist Army Shadow Guard to gather intelligence. Chu Xiaoying quickly shook his head. "I just don't understand why Prince didn't reveal these things earlier. Also, if Prince personally announced these things to the world, or if someone from the Su family released them, the impact would be greater, right?" Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, "In the past, it wasn't the right time. Now, the Su family is far less convenient than the Chu family. Of course, Mr. Chu doesn't have to do this himself." Chu Xiaoying pondered for a moment, then understood the whole story. After all, the Su family was part of the Prince Ding mansion. Although the Su family members were all people of virtue and prestige, Mo Jingli could turn the tables and accuse the Prince Ding mansion of slandering him. But if someone else revealed these things, it would be completely different. Of course, in Chu Xiaoying's opinion, part of the reason was that Prince Ding didn't want the Su family to be involved in these things. No matter what, many secrets of the Chu state had been revealed. They were still subjects of the Chu state, after all. Once these things were revealed, Mo Jingli's reputation would be ruined. But it was inevitable that they would be criticized by some sour scholars. "I understand. Prince, don't worry. I will definitely choose an appropriate time to reveal these things to the world." After hearing Chu Xiaoying's words, Mo Xiaoyao was very satisfied. He stood up and smiled. "In that case, I will wait for Mr. Chu's good news." Chu Xiaoying nodded and said, "Prince, don't worry." Mo Xiaoyao left the Chu family, then quickly leaped over the city wall and left the city. Even though Liang City was heavily guarded, it still couldn't stop Prince Ding, who was dressed in a flamboyant white robe. After leaving Liang City, Su Qingfeng and a few Qi Lin team members were already waiting there. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. "What are you doing here?" Su Qingfeng smiled helplessly. He had just returned to the camp when he found out that Mo Xiaoyao was still alive and had even appeared in the camp. When the news of Mo Xiaoyao's death first came, Su Qingfeng was almost scared out of his wits. His mind was filled with thoughts of what would happen to his cousin if Mo Xiaoyao really died. It wasn't easy for him to survive, but he ran away before he even saw him. Su Qingfeng almost thought that Lu Jingxian and the others were joking with him. After waiting in the camp for a long time, Imo Xiaoyao still didn't return. Su Qingfeng could only wait outside Liang City with his men. When it was almost dawn, and Su Qingfeng was about to charge into Liang City again, Imo Xiaoyao finally appeared. "Prince, are you all right?" Imo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. What would be wrong with him? Su Qingfeng sighed and nodded. "It's good that you're fine." He didn't wait for Imo Xiaoyao's reaction and turned to leave. Imo Xiaoyao, who had always been quick-witted, couldn't help but be stunned. Su Qingfeng waited here in the middle of the night just to make sure that he was fine. Was he worried about him? Aside from official matters, the brothers of the Su family had never been so friendly to him. In front, Su Qingfeng walked in the direction of the camp while muttering to himself. "It's good that he didn't die. If he really did die, I'll have to help Lear find a husband. Lear is fine, but my nephews and nieces are pitiful." The next morning, Imo Jingli's attendants saw that it was already quite late, but the emperor still hadn't called anyone in. Even consort Li didn't seem to have any intention of getting up. They couldn't help but feel strange. They waited and waited until a general came to report the situation. There was still no movement inside. They could only carefully walk in to ask Imo Jingli to get up. However, as soon as they walked in, before they could wake the person on the bed, the attendant let out a sharp scream. The eunuch's unique scream was very high-pitched and ear-piercing. Not only were the people waiting outside shocked and rushed in, Imo Jingli, who had been lying unconscious on the bed, was also startled awake. Being woken up, Imo Jingli frowned in displeasure. Lowering his head, he saw the woman in his arms, her icy temperature and already stiff body, as well as the dark red blood by her lips. All of this told Imo Jingli one thing. Last night, he had hugged a dead person and slept the entire night. More importantly, last night, someone had snuck in to kill Consort Li, and he didn't know anything about it. If the other person wanted to kill him, Imo Jingli couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Sitting up, he pushed away Consort Li's corpse. Imo Jingli roared angrily. "Why aren't you moving her away yet? Your Majesty." The attendant trembled as he pointed at a certain part of his body. Following the attendant's line of sight, all of the people who had rushed in couldn't help but look at Imo Jingli's lower body. The area under the originally bright yellow inner robe was also dyed with dark red blood. Imo Jingli's expression suddenly twisted. He finally felt that something wasn't right. There was a certain part of his body that he couldn't feel at all. It wasn't pain, so he hadn't noticed it from the start. He couldn't feel anything at all, as if it didn't exist. "Quick, call the imperial physician." Imo Jingli roared angrily. "Your Majesty, here. There's a piece of paper here." The attendant trembled as he picked up a piece of paper from the table and presented it to Imo Jingli. Imo Jingli grabbed it. It was a very normal piece of paper, like a page that he had casually torn out of a book that he usually used. There were only a few words written on it. "Hearing that you stole my treasure, I was worried all day and night. Reflecting, I cut off your sins to end my worries. I hope that you will take good care of yourself." Staring at the unrestrained handwriting, Imo Jingli's eyes widened. Finally, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Your Majesty, quick, call the imperial physician." Chapter 10:14. On this day, in the governor's manor of Liang City, where the Chu state's emperor was temporarily staying, something that would shock the heavens and earth happened. However, the people who knew about this would not speak of it, because a portion of them had already been killed by Imo Jingli. The ones that could not be killed were Imo Jingli's trusted aides and did not have the courage to do so. Everyone in Liang City, from the nobles to the commoners, did not know what had happened. The only thing they knew was that the Dechu army's rations had been burned by the Mahist army last night. In Imo Jingli's room, several imperial physicians were kneeling on the ground, trembling and not daring to move. Imo Jingli sat on the bed and coldly stared at the people below him. His face was twisted and ferocious like a storm was coming. "Tell me, can it be cured?" After a long time, Mo Jingli coldly asked. The room was silent for a long time before an imperial physician said in a trembling voice, reporting to the emperor, the assassin was too heavy-handed. Also, he was drugged. This subject is useless. There is nothing we can do. A trace of killing intent flashed across Mo Jingli's face. He sneered and said, "Take him out and kill him. Since you are useless, why are you still alive?" 2 guards came in and dragged out the imperial physician who had just spoken. The imperial physician cried out in fear, "Emperor, have mercy! Emperor, have mercy!" It was a pity that Mo Jingli did not have any intention of paying attention to him. Instead, he stared at the remaining imperial physicians kneeling by the bed and asked, "What do you say?" The imperial physicians had long been frightened out of their wits by Mo Jingli's cold-blooded methods. They hurriedly said, We will definitely do our best. Your Majesty, please spare our lives. Do your best." Mo Jingli was dissatisfied. The imperial physicians hurriedly changed their words. "We will definitely create an antidote. We will definitely cure your Majesty, definitely." Who cared about the crime of deceiving the monarch right now? If they lied to the emperor, they would die later. If they did not lie to the emperor, they would die immediately. All the imperial physicians hurriedly guaranteed, as if someone had not been cut in a place that should not have been cut. Instead, it was as if he had accidentally cut his hand. Mo Jingli narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I will give you 3 days." Yes. The imperial physicians all heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly agreed. Looking at these imperial physicians who were as frightened as cicadas in winter, Mo Jingli coldly snorted and said, "Get out." The imperial physicians scrambled out of the room to study the prescription. They knew in their hearts that the person who had stabbed Mo Jingli was clearly trying to sever his roots, not to mention whether or not they could develop an antidote. Even if Shan Yang, who was known as the godly doctor of the present age, came with the Biluo grass, it was useless. After all, humans were not garlic sprouts that could grow back after being pinched off. However, none of them dared to speak the truth. After all, the example of the past was right in front of them. At this moment, these imperial physicians could not help but hope in their hearts that the Mahist army would quickly break through Liang so that they could escape. In the room, Mo Jingli leaned against the head of the bed and stared at the letter in his hand that he had already read countless times. The expression in his eyes kept changing. This old official, Qiu Yunan, requests an audience with the emperor. Outside the door, a somewhat old voice sounded. Mo Jingli said in a low voice, "Come in." An old man around 60 years old dressed as a scholar walked in. Looking at the person on the bed, he carefully lowered his head and bowed. "What orders does the emperor have for summoning me?" Mo Jingli stared at him for a while before asking, "Lord Qiu, you can be considered an old official of 4 dynasties, right?" Lord Qiu quickly said, replying to the emperor, "This old official has been official since the time of the previous emperor. It was a pity that his fate was not good. His ability was average, his appearance was average, and his family background was also average. Thus, he was still unknown after 4 dynasties. However, at least he knew how to conduct himself normally. These years, he had lived peacefully. Now, those with ability into Chu State's court had either died or left. It was only now that he barely had a chance to make a name for himself. However, Mo Jingli still did not think highly of him. It was only out of helplessness that he promoted him because there was no one else he could use. Mo Jingli raised his hand and handed over the letter in his hand, saying, "Then take a look. Do you recognize this handwriting?" Lord Qiu carefully took the letter and looked. He paused at the contents of the letter. However, he quickly detected Mo Jingli's cold gaze and quickly focused his attention on the handwriting. He furrowed his brow and shook his head after a while, saying, "Replying to the emperor, this old official does not recognize this handwriting." Mo Jingli laughed coldly and said, "Is that so? Doesn't it look familiar?" "Familiar?" Lord Qiu looked back at the letter in confusion. This time, he really did see something. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "This, Emperor, this handwriting seems to be from Suja. Is that right?" Mo Jingli asked coldly. Back then, Suja was not only the greatest scholar in the Chu state, second only to Master Qingyan. He was also a famous calligrapher. There were as many people who wanted to be his disciple as there were hairs on a cow. However, there were only two people who had the opportunity to be taught by Suja from the beginning. Lord Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. However, this person's handwriting is very different from Master Suja's. Suja's handwriting is elegant and has the elegance and pride of a scholar. However, this person's handwriting is more carefree and domineering. It's not hard to imagine, but if you look closely, there are traces of Suja's handwriting. Therefore, this person should have been taught by Suja from a young age." Learning from a young age was a habit that had been carved into one's bones. Even when it became independent later on, there were still traces to be found. Mo Jingli threw out another booklet and asked, "Did these two handwriting come from the same person?" Lord Xiao opened it and almost fell to the ground in fright when he saw it. This booklet was written by Prince Ding. Although Mo Xiaoyao was not a famous calligrapher, because of his status and reputation, his handwriting would occasionally be found outside. It was even more valuable than the handwriting of many famous calligraphers. Lord Xiao had been an official in court for 30 to 40 years. Naturally, he had seen it before. But wasn't Prince Ding already dead? Looking at Mo Jingli in fright, Lord Xiao even forgot his proper etiquette. He wondered if the emperor had gone mad from anger because of what had happened last night. Seeing Lord Xiao's shocked expression, Mo Jingli's expression became even uglier. Did he like being suspected as a madman? He held the letter and compared it for a long time. However, the person who had left the letter seemed to have done it on purpose. The handwriting on the letter was 70% similar to Mo Xiaoyao's, but also 30% different. It was as if the person had purposely written it to look right, but not right. If Mo Xiaoyao really hadn't died and wanted to change the identity of his handwriting, then there was no need for him to write a letter with his handwriting. He could have just thought of a way to cover up his handwriting. But now, Mo Jingli couldn't help but wonder if Mo Xiaoyao really hadn't died. But if this was a trick by the Mahist army, then he would lose face in front of the entire world again. At that time, everyone would know that he, Mo Jingli, was afraid of Mo Xiaoyao. Even if Mo Xiaoyao had died, he was still afraid of him. Is it true or not? Mo Jingli asked coldly. Chapter 10:15. Lord Xiao said with a bitter expression, "Your Majesty, even though the two characters are similar, I'm afraid they aren't written by the same person. Also, Prince Ding is already dead." "Leave," Mo Jingli said in an exasperated tone. "Yes, this old official will leave." Lord Xiao hurriedly left as if he had been pardoned. Mo Xiaoyao, Mo Xiaoyao, it must be you," Mo Jingli said through gritted teeth. He suddenly wanted to get up, but he accidentally pulled on his wound. His face paled, and he almost fainted again. He didn't know what medicine Mo Xiaoyao had used, but he didn't feel any pain at first. Not long after he woke up, he began to feel pain, and it became more and more painful. Mo Jingli fiercely squeezed the letter in his hand. "Mo Xiaoyao, Jin will definitely kill you. Jin will definitely kill you." Mo Jingli really wanted to send out all of his people to search for Mo Xiaoyao's whereabouts. Then, no matter if he was really dead or not, he would kill him again. However, other people didn't see it this way, including Mo Jingli's confidants. The entire world knew that Prince Ding was dead, and it was personally confirmed by the Emperor and Jinnum of Gojoseon. How could he come back from the dead? As for the time when no one discovered that he had entered the governor's manor, since Qi Lin was able to silently reduce the Chu army's food, then it was very possible that he had snuck into the governor's manor. Most people thought that this was a provocation and warning from the Mahist army's Chu army. As for Mo Jingli believing that Mo Xiaoyao was still alive, it must be that the emperor was too nervous. Even though Mo Jingli really wanted to prove that he was right, He also knew that Lei Jinting had personally seen Mo Xiuyao's corpse that day. Lei Jinting had no reason to lie to him about this. Also, he didn't have the face to take out the letter left by the assassin for everyone to see. Wouldn't that mean that everyone in the world would know about his injuries? If it was Prince Ding's, then there was no need to hide his identity. Why would he change his handwriting? If he wanted to change his handwriting, then why did he have to look 70% like Prince Ding's? This is clearly a trap set by the Mahist army. If he really didn't want people to recognize him, then no one would be able to help him write it, even if he wrote it with his left hand. In the end, his subordinate's words finally convinced Mo Jingli. Or it could be said that Mo Jingli had convinced himself. He could only send people to increase the security. Mo Jingli's heart was extremely gloomy as he hid in the governor's mansion to recuperate. Mo Xiuyao still had an ordinary appearance as he mingled with the Mahist army. Apart from Leng Huai and the others, no one in the Mahist army knew that the deceased Prince Ding was sitting in their camp and drinking tea. Even though Mo Xiuyao had changed his appearance, everyone in the tent could still feel that the prince was in a very good mood. Compared to Mo Xiuyao, who had just arrived at the camp yesterday, it was obvious that the prince had done something to make him very happy. "Prince, did something good happen?" Lu Jingxian asked curiously. Even though everyone else seemed to be busy with their own matters, their ears perked up. Mo Xiuyao said leisurely, "Yunzhou's 6 major aristocratic families have all agreed to submit to the Prince Ding mansion. Is this considered a good thing?" Everyone had a disapproving look on their faces. How could this be considered a good thing? None of them felt that any idiotic aristocratic family head would submit to Mo Jingli unless he had no other choice. Between Mo Jingli and the Prince Ding mansion, it was obvious that the Prince Ding mansion had a much greater advantage. If it was Mo Jingqi, he could still stand in a righteous position. If it was Mo Jingli, who had usurped the throne and killed his brothers and nephews, he would not even be able to keep this last bit of status. Mo Xiuyao said with a smile, "As for other things, Buddha says, can't say." As soon as he thought of Mo Jingli's current appearance, Mo Xiuyao felt that the gloominess of these days was swept away. Last night, she had resisted the urge to kill Mo Jingli and let him live. That was the right decision. Thinking, Mo Xiuyao raised an eyebrow and said, "General Lu, can you take Liang in 3 days?" Lu Jingxian said with a smile, "Prince, don't worry, there definitely won't be a problem. The Chu army's troop transporting the supplies is almost here. They will arrive by tonight at the latest. When the time comes, we can act." Mo Xiuyao raised an eyebrow and said, "You plan on attacking when the Chu state's troop transporting the supplies arrives?" Lu Jingxian nodded. He had indeed planned on doing so. Also, Wang Fei had already given orders before she left. Half of the Jiangnan merchants that provided the supplies to the Chu army were people from the Prince Ding mansion. Those supplies were to be given to the Mahist army. Naturally, Mo Jingli couldn't get them. Mo Xiuyao thought for a moment and then shook his head. "No, let them in." Lu Jingxian looked at Mo Xiuyao in confusion. "Prince's meaning is?" Mo Xiuyao said, "Send people to help them transport the supplies in." Then, taking out a small and delicate porcelain bottle and putting it on the table, Mo Xiuyao said lightly, "Do you know what to do? Prince is talking about poisoning. I'm afraid that's not very safe." Leng Huai said with some worry. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses. It was impossible for all of them to be poisoned at the same time. As long as one was discovered first, it was very likely that all their efforts would be for naught. Mo Xiuyao said lightly, "Don't worry, I took this from Xinyang. After taking it, it will take 2 hours for it to take effect. Also, this thing isn't fatal. It will only make them temporarily lose the strength to fight. I also don't want to kill too many people." Su Qingfeng, subordinate, is here. Su Qingfeng stood up and replied. Mo Xiuyao took out a piece of paper and said lightly, "Within 3 hours after the supplies enter the city, I want to see the heads of these people." Su Qingfeng took in his hand, glanced at it, and memorized it. He nodded and said, "Subordinate obeys. Subordinate will immediately arrange it." Mo Xiao nodded and said, "You entered the city once before and have already alerted the Chu army. I think the security will be even tighter. Be careful." "Yes, Prince." Su Qingfeng nodded and turned to leave. Inside the tent, Su said, "Prince is planning to kill the Chu army's generals first. As long as the generals leading the army died, no matter how many soldiers there were just a bunch of headless flies. In addition, if most of the soldiers lost their ability to fight, the Mahist army might be able to take down Shuiyang City without shedding a drop of blood." Leng Huai raised his eyebrows and hesitated before saying, "Prince is planning to take in the 800,000 Shu army." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Mo Xiao nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "General Leng is right. Lei Jinting definitely wouldn't think that his original allies would suddenly turn around and attack him." "Prince, good plan." Lu Jingxian also praised. If it succeeded, it would be enough to deal a fatal blow to Lei Jinting. However, this plan, other than Mo Xiao, could not be realized by anyone else. Even if Lu Jingxian and the others could take down Liang City without shedding a drop of blood, Lu Jingxian and Leng Huai's prestige was not enough to take in 800,000 soldiers at once. Thus, they had never thought of this method and did not dare to think of it. When night fell again, the Chu army had already arrived in front of Liang City. To the Chu army, who had just lost almost all of their provisions, this was naturally good news. After a series of checks, the army transporting the provisions successfully entered Liang City. Mo Jingli, who was currently lying on the bed, was not in the mood to care about these trivial matters. He waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to do it. However, he did not know that the Jiangnan merchants in charge of preparing the provisions, represented by Zhang Baiwan, were currently in the Mahist army's camp as guests. Chapter 10:16. Greetings to General Lu. General Zhang Baiwan saw Lu Jingxian and Leng Huai sitting at the head of the table. He shrunk his neck and cupped his hands in greeting. Although he was desperate for money, this was the first time he had faced soldiers with killing intent like Lu Jingxian and the others. As for the generals he had seen in Nanjing, compared to Lu Jingxian and the others, they were not worth mentioning. Lu Jingxian smiled and said, "Lord Zhang, there is no need to be so polite. This matter is all thanks to Lord Zhang." Zhang Baiwan repeatedly waved his hand and said, I don't dare. "General, just call me Zhang Baiwan. Since it is Princess Ding's order, how can I not obey?" "General, rest assured, after today, this one promises that Mo Jingli will not be able to transport half a grain of grain from Jiangnan." Lu Jingxian nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that Zhang Baiwan was still somewhat nervous, he smiled and comforted him. "Lord Zhang, rest assured, the princess has already made arrangements. This general promises that even if the news of you relying on the Prince Ding mansion spreads to Jiangnan, your family will not be in any danger." Zhang Baiwan's eyes lit up. They were most worried about being discovered by Mo Jingli. After all, their roots were still in Jiangnan, and Mo Jingli still had the final say in Jiangnan. "Lord Zhang, there is a matter that requires you to return to Jiangnan. I don't know if it is possible." Mo Xiao, who had been sitting on the side without speaking, suddenly opened his mouth. In order to hide his whereabouts, Mo Xiao had always disguised himself in the army. She didn't have that obvious white hair, and she had an ordinary face. Even if his aura was shocking, it was difficult for people to associate him with the deceased Prince Ding. Zhang Baiwan hesitated for a moment. He looked at Lu Jingxian and said, "This is..." Lu Jingxian said, "This is Yi." Although Zhang Baiwan didn't know who Yi was, he at least remembered that Princess Ding's surname was Yi. Now that Prince Ding was gone, wasn't Princess Ding in charge of the Prince Ding mansion? Moreover, judging from Lu Jingxian's attitude, he knew that he could not afford to offend this person. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Young master, please instruct me." Mo Xiao took out a letter and handed it to Zhang Baiwan. "Please take this letter back and deliver it to the person on the envelope." Zhang Baiwan was stunned. he said with some suspicion. That's it? Originally, he thought it was something important. He didn't expect that it was just a simple letter. Anyone could do this kind of thing. This he had specifically asked him to deliver the letter, so he couldn't help but feel a trace of suspicion. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Lord Zhang, there is no need to hesitate. It is indeed just a letter. Originally, it didn't matter who delivered the letter, but after the Prince Ding Mansion's people entered Jiangnan, it would be easy to attract attention, so I wanted to trouble you to make a trip. This wasn't a big deal, so Zhang Baiwan naturally wouldn't refuse. Putting away the letter, he nodded and said, Young master, please don't worry. I will definitely deliver the letter. Mo Xiao nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, Lord Zhang only needs to deliver the letter. I can guarantee on behalf of the princess that the Zhang family will not be mistreated in the future. Zhang Baiwan was overjoyed. He looked at Lu Jingxian and the others, who all had normal expressions. It seemed that he really did have the ability to make decisions on behalf of Princess Ding. The smile on his face deepened. He nodded and said, Young master, please don't worry. After sending off Zhang Baiwan, Leng Huai frowned and said, Prince, this Zhang Baiwan is too greedy. I'm afraid he's not that reliable. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Lily chose him to work with, and not anyone else. This proves that he is indeed worth it. And being greedy isn't a bad thing. People die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food. If he really has the ability, I don't mind letting him take a bit more. But if he went too far, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't make him spit out all his family's wealth. But according to the news we received, this person also has some unclear relationship with the West Hill. Leng Huai frowned. In a letter that Princess Ding left behind before she left, she said that this person could not be completely trusted. Mo Xiaoyao was not surprised and said with a smile, He is a businessman. Naturally, he won't put all his eggs in the same basket. What did the prince write in the letter to him? Yin Ting asked curiously. Mo Xiaoyao said it said, Prince Ding is not dead yet. He is now seriously injured and on the verge of death. He wants the shadow guard hidden in the Prince Ding mansion in Jiangnan to go to Nanzhao to borrow troops, to save Princess Ding from being trapped in Feihong Pass. Everyone was confused. Ask Nanzhao to borrow troops? Their situation wasn't that bad, was it? Furthermore, Nanzhao had just had internal strife for a few years and had been entangled with Xi Ling for a while. Even if they used all the power of the country, how many troops could they borrow? After thinking for a moment, Hisu said, The prince suspects that Zhang Baiwan is one of Lei Jinting's people. If Zhang Baiwan really was one of Lei Jinting's people, he would definitely not return to Jiangnan after receiving this letter. He would send it directly to Lei Jinting's hands. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, Right now, he is definitely not one of Lei Jinting's people. But after he reads this letter, it is not certain. Everyone looked at each other. Only now did they understand that this was a test from the prince to the wealthy Jiangnan merchants led by Zhang Baiwan. If they chose wrongly, Yin Ting furrowed his brows and said, Isn't this too? After all, perhaps Zhang Baiwan does not have such thoughts right now. Purposely stirring up other people's disloyalty, although a large part of this was due to these people's weak minds. Originally, most of the people in this world were ordinary people with weak minds. As long as they were not given a chance, perhaps they would never betray. Mo Xiaoyao said lightly, Jiangnan will change very quickly. At that time, these people will become very important. Rather than having these wavering people ruinize matters, I would rather get rid of them all and replace them with people who will not have disloyalty. Perhaps such a method was somewhat cruel, but Mo Xiaoyao had too many things to consider. He was responsible for the entire Prince Ding mansion and the rise and fall of the Maist army. He did not have the energy to care about the life and death of individuals and whether they were innocent or not. What's more, didn't he leave them with a chance? Glancing at Mo Xiaoyao's cold gaze, Yin Ting sighed in his heart and said no more. He understood Prince Ding's meaning. Compared to these old Maist army people who had experienced many things, he was clearly too soft-hearted and naive. Chapter 1017. Early in the morning, when the Mahist army beat the war drums again, the Chu army had suffered a crushing defeat. The Mahist army opened the gates of Liang City without expending much effort. Almost all of the generals had disappeared, and at least half of the soldiers were unable to participate in the battle. When the soldiers on the city walls saw the white-haired man in white, they immediately lost all of their courage. In an instant, the 800,000 soldiers were utterly defeated. At this time, Mo Jingli was still in the governor's office in the city, unaware of what had happened. The injury this time was undoubtedly a huge blow to him, both physically and mentally, especially when he was still suspicious of whether Mo Xiuyao was still alive. Mo Jingli's temper became even more strange and unpredictable. Being heavily injured, it was difficult for him to even get out of bed, let alone personally command the battle. Emperor, not good. When Mo Jingli was once again enraged at the imperial physician who had knelt down, the panicked footsteps of an attendant came from outside the door. Mo Jingli frowned and said unhappily, "Get in here. What is it?" The attendant knelt on the ground and shouted in fear, "Emperor, the Mahist army has attacked." "What?" Mo Jingli suddenly stood up and grimaced in pain. How could the Mahist army attack so quickly? It wasn't that Mo Jingli was arrogant and didn't believe in the Mahist army's abilities. It was that there were 800,000 soldiers in Liang City. Unless these soldiers all surrendered at the same time, the Mahist army would not be able to attack so silently. It's true, all of the generals above the rank of deputy general have disappeared. Half of the soldiers suddenly had a stomachache. Also, someone seems to have seen Prince Ding appear at the city gates. The attendant who came to report didn't see Mo Xiuyao himself, and the person who came back with the report didn't say anything clearly either. After all, the already dead Prince Ding suddenly appearing at the city gates scared many people. Most of the normal soldiers couldn't imagine that Prince Ding had been killed. Their first reaction was to think that they had seen a ghost. Mo Xiuyao. Mo Jingli's face paled. Even his hands under his sleeves couldn't help but tremble. What happened? Find out for me. The attendant said in a trembling voice, "Emperor, the Mahist army has already attacked the city gates. We should escape." Escape? Mo Jingli's eyes filled with blood. Where can I escape to now? The attendant advised, as long as there's life, there's hope. If we're caught by Prince Ding. The attendant trembled. He was Mo Jingli's trusted aide. If he was caught by Prince Ding, he would definitely die. They had heard of Prince Ding's reputation many times over the years. Hearing the attendant's words, Mo Jingli's expression changed slightly. His eyes flickered. This battle was very easy. There were almost no casualties on either side. When the white-clothed Prince Ding elegantly landed in the middle of the largest street in Liang City, everyone couldn't help but stop the weapons in their hands. They heard Mo Xiuyao's voice spread in all directions. "All soldiers of the Chu state, put down your weapons. I will let bygones be bygones." So people hesitated. These people were all normal soldiers. Without a general to lead them, they were like a sheet of loose sand. They didn't even know what to do next. The Mahist army and the Prince Ding mansion were the places that every native of the Chu state revered the most. The Chu state's past glory, protected by the Mahist army, was also the deepest memory of everyone who experienced the Chu state's war. Soon, some people threw down the weapons in their hands. If there was one, there would be a second. Soon, the sound of weapons falling to the ground could be heard throughout the street. The commoners who had been hiding in their homes all came out. With Chu Shaoying as the leader, the masters of the noble families in Yunzhou all came forward to welcome him. This commoner congratulates His Highness Prince Ding. Welcome His Highness Prince Ding. Long live Prince Ding. The crowd erupted into cheers. Soon, the cheers swept through the entire Liang city like a wave. It was expected that the siege would last for a long time, but it was resolved with almost no casualties. The generals of the Mahist army all showed gratified smiles. Leng Huai stood by the street and looked at Lu Jingxian, who was not far away. He said with a smile, One person can really fight against 1,000,000 soldiers in the whole world, except for His Highness Prince Ding. Who else can have such a reputation? As a veteran general of the Mahist army, Lu Jingxian also felt honored. He nodded and said with a smile, General Long is right. Except for Prince Ding, who else can have such a reputation in the whole world? Ling Huai smiled faintly. Although the battle with the West Hill had not been decided yet, judging from Prince Ding's deployment, it was clear that the Shilling army's good days were about to come to an end. In the whole world, except for Prince Ding, who else could control it? The world that had been separated for hundreds of years was finally going to be united again in the hands of the Prince Ding mansion. A true imperial dynasty was about to arrive. Even a veteran like Lung Huai could not help but feel excited. I am about to send troops to the West Hill. All soldiers of the Dechu state who are willing to fight the West Hill, follow I tomorrow. Those who are not, stay in Liang. After the battle is over, you can go back to Jiangnan, Mo Xiaoyao said faintly. We are willing to follow His Highness Prince Ding to fight the West Hill. We are willing to follow His Highness Prince Ding. We pledge our lives to follow Prince Ding. The Chu that was on the verge of collapse, and Ding Wang Fu that was at the peak of its power. The incompetent and temperamental king of Chu and the wise and far-sighted Prince Ding, Mo Jingli, who used soldiers as cannon fodder, and Mo Shuyao, who loved soldiers as if they were his children, did not need to be chosen. Mo Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Starting immediately, all of the Chu army in Liang will belong to the Mahist army. We pledge our lives to the prince. After instructing Lu Jingxian and Lung Huai to settle down the soldiers of the Dechu state who had just surrendered, Mo Xiaoyao led people to the governor's manor where Mo Jingli was. He entered Mo Jingli's room with familiarity and saw only the imperial physician and attendants who had died. Mo Jingli himself was nowhere to be found. Mo Jingli escaped. Prince, I will immediately send people to search for him, Su Qingfeng said in annoyance. Previously, he had only sent people to surround the governor's manor and did not send Qilin to keep an eye on it. Who would have thought that Mo Jingli would still be able to escape from the governor's manor after being surrounded by so many soldiers? Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, Go, don't blame yourself. Compared to taking over Liang City, Mo Jingli is not a big deal. Although on the surface it was taking over Liang City without shedding a drop of blood, a lot of blood had been spilled. Mo Jingli's trusted guards, the Shadow Guard that had Chu State's imperial family, some of the generals who were still loyal to Mo Jingli, and some of the families who had already surrendered to Mo Jingli needed to be cleaned up as soon as possible. Also, as the emperor, how could Mo Jingli not have a Shadow Guard? Although the Shadow Guard of the Dechu State's imperial family could not compare to the Mahist army's Qilin, they were not any worse than Lei Jinting's gold-clothed guards. They could not fight head-on, but it was not difficult to escape with one person. Chapter 10:18. Su Qingfeng nodded and turned to leave. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head and glanced at the room filled with blood. His lips curved into a cold smile. Mo Jingli, if I were you, I would rather die here. Perhaps I would feel better. Mo Xiaoyao did not stay in Liang for long because of Mo Jingli's escape. The next morning, Mo Xiaoyao left Liang with Lung Huai, Su, and 1,000,000 soldiers before dawn. He only left behind 200,000 soldiers and Lu Jingxian and Yun Ting to guard the area east of Liang. Now, that Mo Jingli was heavily injured and defeated, he would not be able to come out for a long time. Moreover, even if he recovered and came out, Mo Xiaoyao had prepared many things for him. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do anything. In a situation where they were not at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, Mo Xiaoyao had absolute confidence in Lu Jinxian's ability. At this time, in a secluded courtyard dozens of li outside of Liang City, it looked like an ordinary farmhouse from the outside, but the atmosphere in the courtyard was chilling. A few men who looked like guards stood in the courtyard and listened to the painful groans coming from inside with serious expressions. In the dark room, Emo Jingli stared at the man who was being forced to kneel not far away with a twisted expression. The man was beaten until he was covered in blood and was on the verge of death. Speak. How did the Mahist army enter the city? Emo Jingli asked with a dark expression. The man shook his head with difficulty. His eyes were filled with pleading. He really did not know how the Mahist army entered the city and did not know why the Chu army soldiers suddenly had diarrhea after using the newly delivered food. After all, he was just a lowly grain officer. If he knew that he would be punished like this after escaping, he would rather stay in Liang City as a captive. Emo Jingli immediately lost his patience and said in a low voice, "Throw it out." The man was terrified and wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't even make a sound. Being thrown out didn't mean that the torture was over. Instead, it meant that his life was coming to an end. These days, he was not the first person to suffer, and he definitely would not be the last. Soon, the bloodied man was dragged out. No one pitied him. These days, Emo Jingli's injuries had not healed. His temper had also become more and more violent. Most people were already used to it. A man who looked like an attendant carefully pushed open the door and entered. "Your Majesty? What is it?" Emo Jingli asked coldly. Emo Jingli had become exceptionally gloomy ever since he had suffered such a terrible injury. Even the room he lived in had become gloomy. Usually, no light could be seen. When the attendant came in, he finally adjusted to the darkness of the room, but he was still frightened by Emo Jingli's gloomy appearance. Suppressing the fear in his heart, the attendant said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, Prince Ding has subdued all of the soldiers in Liang City. Yesterday morning, he took the soldiers and left Liang City to head west." The gloomy room was silent for a long time. After a while, Emo Jingli's voice slowly and fiercely sounded. "Emo Xiaoyao took my soldiers to fight against Lei Jinting. Your Majesty, yes. The 800,000 Mahist army in Liang City have all submitted to Prince Ding," the attendant said in a suppressed voice. "Bastards! These traitors! I will kill all 9 generations of their families." With a whoosh, something flew past the attendant's ear and landed on the floor behind him. That attendant's legs gave out, and he quickly fell to the ground. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please take care of your body." Emo Jingli smiled coldly. He stared at the attendant kneeling on the ground and said, "Take care? You all want me to die, right? This servant doesn't dare. Your Majesty, please have mercy." The man on the ground said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, please calm down. When we return to Jiangnan, it won't be too late to find the Prince Ding mansion for revenge after we reorganize the soldiers. Right now, the north is almost completely filled with the Prince Ding mansion soldiers. We shouldn't stay here for long." After venting, Emo Jingli gradually recovered a bit of his consciousness. He looked at the sweating attendant in front of him and said coldly, "Stand up." The attendant knew that he had passed a day and secretly let out a sigh of relief. He quickly thanked the emperor and stood up. His respect seemed to make Emo Jingli very satisfied. Emo Jingli's voice also became more peaceful. "Go prepare. We'll return to Jiangnan tomorrow morning." Yes. Your Majesty, Lord Xiao requests an audience." Outside the door, a guard reported. Emo Jingli frowned slightly and said with some displeasure, "What is he doing here?" Outside the door, Lord Xiao's voice was still slightly panting. It was clear that he had hurried in. He said, "Your Majesty, I have an urgent matter to report. Come in." Lord Xiao pushed open the door and entered. He frowned at the darkness in the room. Just as he was about to say something, Emo Jingli asked in a low voice, "What is it?" Lord Xiao took out a folded piece of paper from his sleeve and said, "Your Majesty, please take a look. I just tore this from a county town not far away. It's a joint announcement made by several aristocratic families in Yinzhou." Emo Jingli suddenly sat up and said, "Chu Xiaoying? Quickly, let me see." The attendant took the paper from Lord Xiao's hand and presented it to the emperor. He also lit a candlestick not far from the bedside. Only then did the two of them see Mo Jingli's appearance on the bed clearly. Because of his serious injuries and the anger of the past few days, Mo Jingli's face was very pale and he had become very thin. Most importantly, he had a feeling of extreme disharmony. Lord Xiu frowned and didn't dare to look again. He was neither Mo Jingli's confidant nor an important official. He didn't know Mo Jingli very well. Although he knew there was something wrong with the emperor's appearance, he didn't have time to care about these things right now. Mo Jingli unfolded the paper in his hand. The smile on his lips froze. What was written in the notice was not what he thought was criticizing Mo Xiaoyao and Prince Ding's various crimes and declarations of loyalty to him. Instead, it was various accusations against him. From him poisoning Mo Jingqi, putting the Empress Dowager under house arrest, killing Mo Xiyun, to him abandoning the city and fleeing, forming an alliance with the northern tribes of Xiling, and so on. Everything was described clearly as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Sometimes, the pen of these literati was sharper than a knife. In their words, Mo Jingli was a despicable person who killed the emperor and seized the throne. He was unfilial and disregarded the safety of the world. What made Mo Jingli even angrier was that this announcement had been posted before the Mahist army attacked Liang. The signatures at the bottom indicated that the announcement had been made the day after Chu Shaoying declared his loyalty to him. The people who signed the announcement were the heads of the families who had declared their loyalty after Chu Shaoying. Chu Shaoying. Mo Jingli gritted his teeth. His gaze shot towards Lord Xiu like lightning. Why wasn't there any news in Liang before? Lord Xiu hurriedly said it wasn't suitable for them to make the announcement in Liang at the beginning. At first, it was in a small county 30 li away from Liang. After that, it was spread everywhere. However, no news was ever released in Liang. That's why we... Lord Xiu lowered his head as he spoke, but his mind was filled with calculations. Looking at the emperor's appearance, what was written on the announcement was probably true. Even though he did not know the truth behind the deaths of the two previous emperors, the fact that the emperor had abandoned the Chu capital and was unable to escape, and that he had joined forces with the northern tribes and Xiling to attack the Mo army after King Ding's manor, had taken back the Chu capital, was something that everyone in the world knew. The emperor was finished. Chapter 1019. Trash. Pass down the order. Bring the heads of Chu Shaoying and those bastards back to see me. Mo Jingli roared angrily. Your Majesty, the attendant beside him said awkwardly, I'm afraid. Prince Ding left a group of 200 Qilin in Liang City. I'm afraid that our people in Liang, as the saying goes, blessings do not come in pairs and misfortunes do not come singly. Just when Mo Jingli thought that he was already unlucky enough, there were still more unlucky things waiting for him. The group of people did not even have time to heal Mo Jingli's injuries before they secretly headed towards Jiangnan. But they did not expect that in less than 2 days, another piece of news spread throughout the country. The Empress Dowager of the Chu state and the officials of Nanjing deposed Mo Jingli on the grounds that the emperor had murdered the 2 previous emperors and caused the deaths of millions of soldiers. They supported the previous emperor Mo Jingqi's son, Mo Suiyun, who was 14 years old, to become the emperor. They also announced that they would mend their relationship with the Prince Ding mansion and attack Xiling together. Without waiting for Mo Jingli to return, Mo Suiyun ascended the emperor with the support of the Empress Dowager and the officials. On the 2nd day of his ascension, he ordered an army of 300,000 soldiers to cross the Yunlan River and march toward Xiling. After receiving this news, Mo Jingli vomited blood on the spot and fainted. After he woke up, he screamed crazily and smashed everything in the room. This caused his already injured body to become even weaker. However, Mo Jingli was still unwilling to stop. Mo Xiaoyao, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Outside the door, Mo Jingli's high-pitched screams gradually became sharp and ear-piercing, causing the guards outside to tremble uncontrollably. In Lei Tingfeng's army in West Hill, Lei Tongfeng, who had been dealing with Murong Shun and Marquis Nan these days, looked a little tired. After all, Marquis Nan and Murong Shun were veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Even though Lei Tingfeng had the upper hand in terms of military strength, he still did not gain much advantage in the confrontation with them. These days, both sides could only be considered to be in a stalemate, with both sides winning and losing. However, the situation was not as smooth as the father and son had expected. The Shilling army suffered heavy losses as soon as they arrived at Feihong Pass. Even Lei Jinting was seriously injured. This was definitely something that no one had expected. As a result, the morale of the West Hill troops surrounding the Feihong Pass was low. On the other hand, because of Mo Xiaoyao's death, the Mahist army at Feihong Pass was dressed in mourning clothes and filled with killing intent. They were bent on avenging Prince Ding. Under such a contrast, even if the Shilling army was several times more powerful than the Mahist army, it was not so easy to take down the Feihong Pass in a short time. In the past 2 days, Murong Shun and Marquis Nan, who had been provoking them almost every day, had disappeared. This made Lei Jinting, who had wanted to wipe them out in one fell swoop, feel as if he had punched cotton. And this sudden change made him faintly feel a trace of uneasiness and conspiracy. "Greetings, Crown Prince." A general in military uniform hurried in. Lei Tingfeng's expression brightened. He sat up and said, "General Yang, why are you in such a hurry?" General Yang frowned and said, "Crown Prince, I just found out that Murong Shun and Marquis Nan's troops suddenly retreated 30 miles last night and set up camp. It seems that they don't plan to fight with us these days." Lei Tongfeng frowned. Don't plan to fight? Do they have any tricks up their sleeves? No wonder Lei Tongfeng suspected. They might be able to escape for a while. Anyway, the task of their troops was to kill Marquis, Nan, and Murong Shun here. But the other side absolutely did not have the time. After all, the Feihong Pass was still surrounded by hundreds of thousands of Shilling army. And behind the Feihong Pass was the headquarters of the Mahist army. Murong Shun and Marquis Nan could not afford to gamble. General Yang frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I think Marquis Nan and Murong Shun are no longer in the army at this time." "What did you say?" Lei Tingfeng suddenly got up and said in a low voice, "Did they rush back to the Feihong Pass? That's impossible. Even if they are escorted by Qi Lin, we have blocked all the roads to the Feihong Pass. They can't go back without alerting us." In order to trap Marquis, Nan, and Murong Shun outside the Feihong Pass, Lei Tingfeng spent a lot of effort. Without these two strong generals in their prime, at this time in the Feihong Pass, except for Yi Li and Feng Jiao, the most capable fighter was the old General Yuan Pei, who was in his 70s. General Yang was silent for a moment and said, "But I have sent people to investigate. At least 50% sure that these two people are really not in the army. If Murong Shun and Marquis Nan were afraid of one of them, the Mahist army would never retreat so far to set up camp. It was obvious that they did not want to fight with them for the time being." Lei Tongfeng frowned anxiously. If they didn't return to the Feihong Pass and are not in the army, where did they go? No, send people to investigate first. What if this is a trap they designed in advance? "Yes, I will do as you say." General Yang saluted. Young Prince, something bad has happened." There was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the tent. Lei Tingfeng frowned unhappily and said, "Come in and talk." The person outside the door hurriedly came in and said while panting, "Young Prince, there's a large army coming toward us from the direction of Lyon. According to the estimate of the scouts in front, there are at least 700,000 to 800,000 people." What? Mo Jingli was defeated. General Yang was shocked. Lei Tongfeng looked dignified. "No, where did the Mahist army get 700,000 to 800,000 people? Even if Leng Huai and Lu Jinxian's men were not damaged, they were not enough to fight 800,000 people. What's more, after fighting for so long, how could they not be damaged? How could they not be left to guard? Moreover, the Mahist army had always strictly prohibited conscription on the battlefield. It was impossible for the Mahist army to have so many people. Who is leading the army? Lei Tingfeng asked. It's Mo Xiaoyao. The scouts in front said that they saw the flag of the Prince Ding mansion. Chapter 10:20. Mo Xiaoyao. Lei Tingfeng suddenly turned around and accidentally kicked the incense burner beside his feet. He stared fiercely at the soldier who came to report and asked, "Are you sure it is Mo Xiaoyao?" The soldier looked at the crown prince who had lost his composure. He only heard it from the scout who came back. How could he be sure? After thinking for a while, he said, "The scout is sure that he saw the Mahist army's flag. The black-silver python flag of the Mahist army was only flown when Prince Ding was personally leading the army." Lei Tingfeng calmed down and said, "Let the scout in. I want to ask him personally." Yes. Very quickly, the scout who was eavesdropping on the situation outside walked in and bowed to Lei Tingfeng. "This subordinate greets the crown prince." Lei Tingfeng waved his hand and said hurriedly, "Don't worry about this. You said that you saw 800,000 Mahist army coming in this direction?" The scout nodded and said, "Your Highness, I am sure. 800,000 is more than enough. When I saw them, I was still 100 miles away. With their marching speed, when I rushed back, I am afraid that in at most 2 hours, their vanguard troops will meet with Murong Shun and Marquis Nan's troops." Lei Tingfeng asked in a low voice, "You saw the flag of the Prince Ding mansion?" "Yes, I'm definitely not mistaken. That's why I rushed back as soon as I saw Wang Qi." The scout nodded his head and said with certainty. Lei Tingfeng waved his hand and said, "I know. You can leave now." "Your Highness, I will leave." After the scout left, Lei Tingfeng fell into the chair absent-mindedly and murmured, "Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao is not dead." General Yang looked at Lei Tingfeng worriedly and said, Your Highness, should we inform the prince first? I am afraid that the prince does not know yet. They only got the news when the Mahist army was approaching. It showed that Prince Ding's whereabouts were hidden, and once he took action, he acted quickly. She was afraid that His Highness was still in the dark. After being reminded by General Yang, Lei Tingfeng immediately came back to his senses and said, "Yes, quickly. You can send someone to deliver all the news here to Imperial Father as fast as possible." Lei Tingfeng took a deep breath and said, "We will block the Mahist army first at least. At least give my father time to recover." General Yang frowned and said, "Your Highness, you can't. Right now, Prince Ding's army is several times more than ours. Once he joins forces with Murong Shun and the others, Prince Ding's army will reach more than 1 million. At that time, there would be no need to fight. Prince Ding could crush them with numbers alone." After thinking for a while, General Yang said, "I am willing to stay and block Prince Ding. Your Highness, please go to the prince's army immediately." "No," Lei Tingfeng flatly refused. Even if he was no match for Mo Xiaoyao, he would never retreat without a fight. General Yang said anxiously, "Your Highness, please reconsider. Against Prince Ding, whether it is this general alone or this general and heir apparent, there would not be any difference. Your Highness, why do you have to make such an unnecessary sacrifice? As long as Prince and Your Highness are still there, the West Hill will still have a chance to turn defeat into victory." General Yang. Lei Tingfeng sighed in a low voice. Lei Tingfeng was the prince of Jinan Palace. If there were no accidents, he would be the ruler of the West Hill in the future. How could he not understand what it meant to give up? However, with his personality, it was extremely difficult for him to abandon his soldiers and run away on the battlefield. General Yang said resolutely, "Your Highness, there's not much time. I'm not sure how long I can block Prince Ding. Your Highness, please leave as soon as possible." Lei Tingfeng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He bowed deeply to General Yang and said, "Lei Tingfeng is sorry, General. Please accept my bow." Both of them knew that in the past few years, whether it was the generals of the West Hill or the northern tribes, none of them had a good ending in Mo Xiaoyao's hands. If General Yang chose to stay, he would definitely be killed. General Yang quickly supported Lei Tingfeng and said, "Your Highness, you are too serious. As a general of the West Hill, it is my duty to sacrifice myself for the country. Besides, to be able to fight Prince Ding, even if I die in battle, my life will not be in vain. Your Highness, please leave. It wasn't a glorious thing to run away before even seeing the face of the opponent. But the lessons he had learned over the years also told Lei Tingfeng that if he did not leave now, he would not be able to. More importantly, Lei Tingfeng had the courage to sacrifice himself for the country, but he could not abandon Jinan Palace for a moment of bravery. Lei Tingfeng did not see any bloodshed in this battle, but it was destined to be a nightmare for him for the rest of his life. On the mountain road, not far from the West Hill military camp, Lei Tingfeng looked back at the quiet military camp. Finally, he turned back and waved his horsewhip, saying in a deep voice, "Let's go." The guards and soldiers behind Lei Tingfeng silently followed the crown prince. They did not know why the crown prince suddenly left the military camp, but as subordinates and soldiers, they did not have the right to say anything. All they could do was to obey. Lei Tingfeng and his men rode as fast as they could. The journey of a few hundred miles took only 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Lei Tingfeng's sudden arrival also surprised Lei Jinting. He knew that something big must have happened. Otherwise, with Lei Tingfeng's character, he would not leave his military camp so easily. He hurriedly got up and went out to meet Lei Tingfeng. He was covered in dust, and his eyes were red. It was obvious that he was very tired. "Tingfeng, what happened?" Lei Jinting frowned and asked. Seeing Lei Jinting, Lei Tingfeng hurriedly got up and walked forward unsteadily. He grabbed Lei Jinting and said, "Father, Imo Xiaoyao, Imo Xiaoyao." Lei Jinting's heart sank. He held Lei Tingfeng down and said sternly, "Tingfeng, calm down. Speak slowly." Lei Tingfeng looked at Lei Jinting and took a deep breath. He said hoarsely, "Father, Imo Xiaoyao is still alive." Lei Jinting was shocked, but he did not lose his composure. From the moment Lei Tingfeng mentioned Imo Xiaoyao, Lei Jinting had already expected something. Lei Jinting looked at Lei Tingfeng calmly and asked, "Imo Xiaoyao is not dead, so you came back?" Perhaps Lei Jinting's calmness affected Lei Tingfeng. Lei Tingfeng also slowly calmed down. Lei Tingfeng closed his eyes. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. He said, "Imo Xiaoyao brought at least 800,000 soldiers from Liang, in addition to Murongshun and Marquis Nan's troops. Father, behind us, there are at least 1,000,000 Mahist army." Lei Jinting sighed softly. He patted Lei Tingfeng's shoulder and said, "Father knows. You did the right thing. The Shilling army could be abandoned. General Yang could die. Even Lei Jinting could die. But Lei Tingfeng could not. He was already old. Lei Tingfeng was the hope of West Hill's future." Lei Tingfeng looked at Lei Jinting guiltily. He understood the reason, but he could not help but feel guilty for his own incompetence. If he had the ability to resist Imo Xiaoyao, so what if Imo Xiaoyao came back from the dead? Chapter 10:21. Seeing that Lei Tingfeng had calmed down, Lei Jinting walked to the side and sat down. Imo Xiaoyao's sudden revival was quite a shock to him, and he had no choice but to reconsider everything. Imo Xiaoyao definitely would not have faked his death for no reason, and even gave up the advantage that the Mahist army had gained in the early stages. At this point, Lei Jinting was naturally able to discern a trace of the truth. If the war continued according to the original situation, it would take at least 3 to 5 years before a victor could be decided. Now it seemed that Imo Xiaoyao's act of faking his death was obviously to quickly resolve this stalemate. And it was obviously very effective. At least, Imo Jingli had most likely already been dealt with by him. Otherwise, the Mahist army would not have been able to cross Liang so quickly. And that army of close to 1,000,000, that was definitely Imo Jingli's original army. Imo Jingli, that trash. I really overestimated him. Lei Jinting said in a low voice. "Father, Imo Jingli was never Imo Xiaoyao's opponent." Lei Tingfeng frowned. Lei Jinting laughed coldly. "Opponent? If I guess correctly, that trash was crippled by Imo Xiaoyao before he could even exchange blows with Imo Xiaoyao. Otherwise, where do you think Mo Xiaoyao's hundreds of thousands of soldiers came from? Mo Xiaoyao is not a god, and the north has been in chaos for years, and the population is already sparse. How did he create an army of 700,000 to 800,000 soldiers in such a short time? An army was not something that could be formed as long as it was a person. Furthermore, it had to be a young and strong man who had undergone some basic training. Otherwise, with so many people on the battlefield, once chaos broke out, they would be trampled to death without killing their own people. Father, you mean to say that Mo Xiaoyao's 800,000 soldiers were seized from Mo Jingli's hands? Lei Tingfeng asked in shock. Lei Jinting laughed coldly. Is there any other possibility? You just said Murongshun and Marquis Nen are not in the army? Lei Tingfeng nodded. Although he did not fully understand this matter, Lei Tingfeng still felt that something was wrong when he linked it to Mo Xiaoyao's sudden appearance. Then, he reported everything to Lei Jinting without missing a single detail. Lei Jinting frowned. Not to mention Lei Tingfeng. Even he himself could not understand where Marquis Nan and Murongshun could have gone instead of waiting to meet up with Mo Xiaoyao and return to Fei Hong Pass together. Since he could not figure it out, he could only put it aside for the time being. After Lei Jinting instructed his generals and aides to pay attention to Mo Xiaoyao and Mo Jingli's movements in southern Shu, he turned his gaze back to Fei Hong Pass. At this point, with Mo Xiaoyao's speed, it was already too late for them to retreat. Moreover, if they retreated with their tails between their legs, where would the West Hill put its face? If Mo Xiaoyao continued to pursue them, it would be even worse for the West Hill. In addition, Lei Jinting had a vague premonition that this time would be the last time he fought with the Mahist army. At Fei Hong Pass, the Mahist army was still dressed in mourning, waiting for battle. At the foot of Fei Hong Pass, the Shilling army was similarly imposing, eyeing covetously. On the city gate tower, Yi Li and old General Yuan Pei stood side by side. Beside them stood Feng Jiao, Lung Haoyu, Han Mingyue, Qin Feng, and the others. General Yuan Pei chuckled and said, "It seems that Lei Jinting is determined to take Fei Hong Pass. Looking at this situation, he will not retreat until he takes Fei Hong Pass." Feng Jiao frowned and said, "Did Lei Jinting take the wrong medicine? His injuries haven't healed yet, have they?" Yi Li nodded and said indifferently, "His injuries won't heal without 2 or 3 months. Look over there." Han Mingyue, who was standing on the side, raised his hand and pointed. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. At the back of the army, where the flag was fluttering, stood a tall man in armor. Feng Jiao frowned and said, "That is Lei Tingfeng. Why is he here? Shouldn't he be with General Murong and the others? Could it be?" Yi Li said firmly, "No, Lei Tingfeng alone can't deal with Marquis Nan and General Murong. Lei Tingfeng's face doesn't look good. Something must have happened over there." Han Mingyue raised his eyebrows and said, "Princess is so confident? If so, why haven't General Murong and Marquis Nan come back yet?" Yi Li frowned and shook his head. I don't know." Han Mingshi rubbed his forehead and groaned. He pointed below and said, "I say, we should be worried about the people below. More than 600,000 soldiers. They can even smash Fei Hong Pass with stones, can't they?" Yuan Pei glanced at Han Mingshi with dissatisfaction and said, "Kid Han, what are you talking about? As long as I am still alive, Fei Hong Pass will not be broken. Then you must live a long, long life." Han Mingshi's lips curled into a smile. The people on the city tower were talking happily, but the West Hill generals below were not in a good mood, especially when they saw the large number of white clothes. Originally, they were bleak and heavy in the eyes of the West Hill people. Now, in the eyes of the West Hill people, they were clearly mocking them. A hot-tempered West Hill general took the lead and rushed out. He pointed a spear at the city tower and shouted, "People of the Mahist army, come down and accept your death." On the city tower, Feng Jiao curled his lips and said, "It seems that the West Hill people have taken the wrong medicine today. Well, I will come and meet you." Feng Jiao supported himself on the city wall with his right hand. A flamboyant red robe directly floated down from the city tower. On the battlefield, Feng Jiao also put away his usual folding fan. He unfolded the long sword in his hand and stabbed toward the general. The general was also a famous fierce general in the West Hill Army. He had a deep hatred with the Mahist army. His family was among the people that Immo Xiaoyao killed in the Emperor's Shieling. At this time, seeing Feng Jiao rushing over, he also raised his spear and stabbed at Feng Jiao without dodging. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged 7 or 8 moves. No one had the upper hand. Feng Jiao's thin lips slightly curved and whispered, "It's a bit interesting. I want to see what ability you have to dare to ask the Mahist army to accept your death." "Princess, something is wrong." Yuan Pei, who was suddenly watching the battle, narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Quickly call Feng San back." Unfortunately, it was too late. Before Yuan Pei's voice died away, the West Hill Army had already shot thousands of arrows in the direction of Feng Jiao. The people on the tower couldn't help but exclaim, "Feng San?" In the face of such a sudden change, Feng Jiao was shocked but not panicked. He swooped forward and landed on the horse of the West Hill general, who wanted to take the opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield. The West Hill general turned over and wanted to knock Feng Jiao off his horse. However, he didn't expect to feel a chill on his neck and fall off the horse himself. After Feng Jiao killed the West Hill general, he didn't dare to stay for a moment. He flew in the direction of the city tower. Finally, at the last moment when the arrows hit him, he fell into a circle of barriers in front of the city gate and avoided a disaster. Lying on the ground, Feng Jiao gasped for breath and sweated profusely. Just now, he had clearly felt the arrow piercing through his head. To be able to dodge this sudden attack, it was really a stroke of good fortune. Just as Feng Jiao was gasping for breath and secretly cursing Lei Jinting for being despicable, the two armies had already started fighting. Soon, the city gate opened and countless Mahist army soldiers rushed out of the gate. The Shilling army had too many people. If they didn't go out of the city to resist the enemy, once Lei Jinting went all out and persevered to climb the city wall, the Feihong Pass would fall sooner or later. The best way was to prevent the Shilling army from approaching the city tower of the Feihong Pass. However, this would cause too much damage to the Mahist army. It was unknown how long they could hold on. But now, there was nothing they could do but defend to the death. Chapter 1022. As soon as the Mahist army left the city, they were quickly besieged by the Shilling army. There were less than 100,000 soldiers and horses out of the city. Compared to the Shilling army of more than 600,000, the difference was too big. Although the Mahist army was incomparably valiant, they did not have much chance of winning in such a sea of people tactic. However, under such circumstances, a group of people from the Shilling army suddenly appeared in the chaos. These people were all dressed in yellow. Compared to the ordinary Shilling soldiers, they were more fierce and valiant. In a one-on-one situation, they were even more powerful than the Mahist army soldiers. They had just joined for a while, and many Mahist army soldiers had died tragically. Although it was not enough to shake the defense line built by the Mahist army soldiers with flesh and blood, the outcome was expected after a long time. "It's the gold-clad guards," Lung Haoyu said in a deep voice. Like the shadow guard of the Princeton mansion and the royal family of the Chu state, Lei Jinting's troops were called the gold-clad guards. Lei Jinting had even taken out his private guards, which could be said to be his hidden trump card. Everyone could feel not only Lei Jinting's determination to break through Feihong Pass, but also a hidden impatience. "Qin Feng, how many people did Qi Lin bring?" Yili asked in a deep voice. Qin Feng said, 3 teams stayed in Li City, 2 teams followed General Liu, 1 team followed General Zhang, and the remaining 6 teams were at Feihong Pass. Over the years, Qi Lin's members had about 3,000 people, divided into 12 teams. This time, understanding that it was not easy to guard Feihong Pass, Qin Feng transferred all the idle Qi Lin to Feihong Pass in case of emergency. Yili nodded and said, "Very good." 4 teams stopped the gold-clad guards, and the remaining 2 teams kill them. This subordinate obeys. Qin Feng's expression was solemn as he bowed to Yili. Then, he turned around and went down the city gate tower to mobilize his men. Amidst the chaos, a group of men in black appeared on the battlefield. Less than 1,000 men and horses did not stand out among the Mahist army, which was also dressed in black. But when they rushed into the middle of the enemy, they made people feel their terrifying attack power. The Mo family soldiers, who were originally in a precarious situation with the Golden Robe Guards, were separated. The Golden Robe Guards that the Mo family soldiers have been struggling to fend off seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from the Mo family soldiers. Their martial arts might not be higher than the Gold Robe Guards, but their methods were clearly more effective than the Gold Robe Guards. They also knew how to cooperate better than the arrogant Gold Robe Guards. The originally invincible 5,000 Gold Robe Guards were quickly cut into countless small pieces and annihilated one by one in the face of over 1,000 Qilin. On the other hand, the other two pairs were charging towards the rear of the Shilling army with an unstoppable momentum. During this process, many people were left behind, and some even died. But the remaining people did not stop rushing forward. Lei Jinting and Lei Tengfeng sat on horseback and looked at Qi Lin, who was fighting against the golden-robed guards in the distance. "This is Qi Lin." Lei Jinting nodded with a serious expression. Even on the chaotic battlefield, he could see that under Qi Lin's sharp blades, the number of gold-robed guards that he had always been at ease with was decreasing at an alarming rate. "Release the arrows." Such a terrifying army could not be allowed to exist. Lei Jinting pointed with his horsewhip and said sternly, "Black Cloud Cavalry, release the arrows." On the city gate tower, Yili also gave the same order. For a moment, arrows rained down on the battlefield. Whether it was the Mahist army or the Shilling army, there were countless casualties. "Father, look over there," Lei Tengfeng said angrily and pointed forward. Lei Jinting was stunned. Suddenly, a team of less than 500 people shot towards the heart of the Shilling army like a black arrow. On the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of West Hill soldiers were actually able to open a bloody path and rush towards them. Lei Tengfeng frowned and said, "They want to assassinate Father? Quick, release the arrows." But it would not be so easy. As soon as the first arrow was released, these people quickly scattered and merged into the Shilling army. If they released the arrows, they would have to kill their own people as well. And with these people's skills, most of the people who would be killed would be their own people. But once the danger was over, these people gathered together again at the same speed and even maintained the momentum of charging forward in the process. If one looked carefully, they would find that these people maintained the same formation regardless of whether they scattered or gathered together. "Father, you should retreat first," Lei Tengfeng said worriedly. Lei Tengfeng would never make such a suggestion in normal times. But now that his father had not recovered from his serious injuries, he could not make a move at all. Once these people rushed to the front, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lei Jinting's eyes darkened. He looked down at his wound and sighed. "No need. They can't rush over." "Father," Lei Tengfeng disagreed. Lei Jinting waved his hand to signal him to stop talking. At the same time, he ordered the generals on his left and right, "Stop these people at all costs." "Yes." With a wave of the command flag, countless West Hill soldiers gradually moved towards Jinnum of Gojoseon. The two groups of Qi Lin were finally heavily surrounded. But even so, they did not panic at all. It was as if they only had one goal in their eyes. They kept moving forward. "Princess, we can't kill Lei Jinting. Let them retreat." On the city tower, Lung Haoyu looked at the countless dark yellow figures in the distance and said anxiously. Yili closed her eyes and did not answer. Beside her, Qin Feng whispered, "They can't retreat, and they won't retreat. Because these two groups of Qi Lin, which only had 500 to 600 people, almost a third of the West Hill soldiers on the battlefield, had retreated. Jinnum of Gojoseon was more important to the Shilling army than Mo Xiuyao was to the Mahist army. But now Jinnum of Gojoseon was too weak to withstand the slightest accident. They did not need to kill Lei Jinting. As long as they acted like they wanted to kill Lei Jinting at all costs, it was enough to make the Shilin army nervous. However, these Qilins were destined to become the sacrificial lambs of this battle. Chapter 1023. I'll bring people to save them. Lung Haoyu said anxiously. Yili turned her head and looked at him indifferently. Save them? For 500 people, another 50,000 people will be sacrificed? Lung Haoyu was speechless. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. But more than that, he was ashamed and guilty. Qilin was built and trained by Yili herself. Although Princess Ding could command the entire Mahist army, Yili had always been very careful and rarely interfered with the Mahist army and the Black Cloud cavalry. Qilin could be said to be personally created by Ding Wangfei and was her most loyal personal guard. If it wasn't because she had no other choice, with Wang Fei's personality, why would she send these people out knowing they would die? In war, a general was destined to bear a burden that ordinary people could not bear. Her every word and action could determine the life and death of thousands of soldiers. At this time, the choice became very important. The choice was very likely to affect the outcome of this war and even the rise and fall of a country. That was why there was a saying, "The merciful cannot command soldiers, and the righteous cannot manage finances." Yili, on the other hand, had already become a qualified commander. Such a choice might be cold, but there was no other choice. Princess Ding is righteous. Old General Yuan Pei looked at the black figures in the distance that were drowned by the Shilin army and said in a low voice. Yili's lips curved into a faint smile and sighed softly. A general's success is built on the bones of thousands. A drop of transparent liquid quietly fell from the corner of her beautiful eyes and disappeared in a moment. A general's success is built on the bones of thousands. Lung Haoyu murmured softly. Suddenly, he roared and jumped down from the top of the city wall and rushed into the chaos. Kill. Defend Feihong Pass to the death. On the city wall, a few more figures quickly jumped down and joined the chaos. On the city wall, only Yuan Pei, Yili, and Zhu Jing were left. The 500 Qilin were quickly drowned in the hundreds of thousands of Shilin army and disappeared. The black-clothed Qilin, who were originally fighting with the gold-robed guards, let out a sharp whistle. When the last gold-robed guard was killed, all the Qilin gave a Qilin military salute to Yi Li, who was on the city wall. Then, they all rushed in the direction where the 500 Qilin disappeared. The mission that their comrades could not complete, they would continue. On the battlefield, a black arrow that was even larger than the previous one shot toward the rear of the West Hill army at lightning speed. Seeing their actions, someone from the Mahist army and suddenly shouted, "Black Cloud Cavalry, open the way for the brothers of Qilin." Mahist army, go! Countless cavalrymen and infantrymen in white started to rush into the Shilin army. The Black Cloud Cavalry's armored cavalry charged into the army like a white tornado, opening up a path for the Qilin following behind them. The Mahist army infantrymen who were following behind immediately rushed up and fought with the West Hill soldiers who were in a mess. At this moment, it was no longer just defending the city. Originally, attacking was the best defense. However, the difference in numbers between the Mahist army and the West Hill army was too big, so they could only defend. However, when everyone was in a killing frenzy, no one cared about whether they were defending or attacking. There was only one thing in their eyes: to die with the enemy. If I can't live, you will die with me. At this moment, people who were standing far away would see a strange scene. The Mahist army and the Black Cloud Cavalry protected a small group of Black Qilin as they rushed forward in the Shilin army. They were heading straight for the commander's flag and the king's flag at the back of the Shilin army. They were invincible. No one cared about the increasing number of Shilin army behind them, and no one cared that it was getting harder and harder to move forward. As long as they were still breathing, they would keep moving forward. These guys are crazy. At the back of the Shilin army, Lei Tongfeng angrily looked at the chaotic battlefield in front of him. Who would have thought that in such a face-to-face confrontation, The momentum of the Shieling army of hundreds of thousands would be suppressed by the Mahist army of less than 200,000. No matter what, the West Hill had lost today's battle. When it came to morale, one side was strong and the other was weak. Once the momentum was suppressed, the Shieling army would not be able to break through Fei Hong Pass no matter what. Lei Jinting sighed slightly and said in a low voice, "Mahist army, Black Cloud cavalry, Qi Lin, they are indeed famous in the world. Father, you should retreat first." Lei Tingfeng said worriedly. Lei Jinting shook his head. "No, this time we must eliminate Qi Lin and the Black Cloud cavalry. Beat the drums." Lei Tingfeng had no choice but to order the beating of the drums. The earth-shattering sound of the drums sounded on the battlefield. The soldiers of the West Hill were all shocked. The sudden crazy attack of the Mahist army just now had made them panic for a moment and even lost their formation. At this moment, they came to their senses and immediately rushed to fight with the Mahist army again. On the tower of Fei Hong Pass, Yili stood in front of a huge war drum that was much taller than her. He picked up the two drumsticks that were placed beside him and hit them heavily. Dong! 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 The sound of the war drum became more and more frequent and soon covered the sound of the Shilling army's war drum. Many people hurriedly looked back and saw a slender woman dressed in white on the tall city gate tower in the distance. She was waving a drumstick and beating a huge war drum. It was as if the drums were beating on everyone's hearts, and the sound of battle horses could be faintly heard within the sound of war drums. "Thank you, brothers. Qi Lin, do it." In the chaos, Qin Feng, who was at the front, shouted. Lin Han and Wei Lin beside him jumped up at the same time. Qi Lin, who was originally sandwiched between the Black Cloud cavalry and the Mahist army, was divided into three groups. He overtook them at a faster speed and went to the back of the Shilling army. The Black Cloud cavalry and the Mahist army had completed their mission. They would not be able to return from now on. The leading general of the Black Cloud cavalry casually chopped down a West Hill soldier who was sneaking up on him. He silently said goodbye to Qi Lin. He raised the long sword in his hand and shouted, "Return to defend Fei Hong Pass." It was still the Black Cloud cavalry leading the way. The rest of the soldiers and horses once again turned around and rushed to the periphery of the Shilling army. Qin Feng, Lin Han, and Wei Lin each led a group of Qi Lin to the direction of Lei Jinting. There were people dying along the way, but no one had time to care about that. Everyone's black clothes were almost soaked in blood. They were like a group of evil spirits from hell. Many of the West Hill soldiers instinctively wanted to retreat. However, they soon became ghosts under the sword. Qi Lin, who originally had more than 1,000 people, was less than 300 people when they were about to reach the back of the Shilling army. However, the remaining 300 people were enough to make all the West Hill soldiers feel terrified. Qin Feng gestured to Lin Han and Wei Lin. The two of them nodded at the same time. Just when the people of West Hill thought that the 300 people were going to risk their lives to assassinate Genom of Gojoseon and began to shrink their defense, Qin Feng still led people forward and rushed to Genom of Gojoseon and Lei Tingfeng. Lin Han and Wei Lin rushed to the left and right sides of the other two generals who were holding the line. Chapter 1024. Not good, Lei Tengfeng exclaimed. Quickly release the arrows. Kill them all. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before the arrows were shot, the Qi Lin in black had already rushed into the army. From afar, Lei Tengfeng saw Lin Han sneering at him. At the same time, Lin Han's sword had already chopped off the head of the general of the left. Lei Jinting's face turned pale. Hundreds of thousands of people could not stop 1,000. Retreat. Even if Lei Jinting did not want to admit it, the West Hills still lost this battle. What they lost was not only the battle, but also the fighting spirit of the West Hill soldiers. From now on, unless the West Hill had the same or even better battle record to defeat the Mahist army. Otherwise, the Mahist army would become the nightmare of all the West Hill soldiers. No one won this battle. Lei Jinting's plan to take down Fei Hong Pass as quickly as possible was foiled. The morale of the West Hill soldiers plummeted. The gold-clad guards were all wiped out. 2 of the West Hill generals and 5 of their deputies were killed. The Maoist army once again defended Feihong Pass. Then, half of the original 200,000 soldiers were lost. Qi Lin, who was known as the strongest in the Maoist army, had less than 100 people return. 5 of the 6 team commanders died, and 1 was seriously injured. Qin Feng and Wei Lin were slightly injured, and Lin Han was seriously injured. However, this battle had truly established the Qilin's reputation. According to the statistics of the West Hill after the battle, more than 27,000 West Hill soldiers died in the hands of Qi Lin in this battle. Among them, there were 5,000 gold-robed guards and over 70 generals who were above the rank of lieutenant. More than half of the West Hill generals were dead or injured. In the past, Qi Lin's reputation was more for sneak attacks, assassinations, intelligence, and other secret places. This battle really made the world understand that an army that could fight against 10 was not just a legend. In a face-to-face battle, 1,000 Qi Lin were enough to destroy 20,000 elite soldiers of the West Hill. Now, the world called it Blood Qi Lin. In this battle, both sides suffered heavy losses and had to call a temporary truce. The battlefield outside the Feihong Pass returned to its usual silence, but the thick smell of blood in the air did not dissipate for a long time. Outside a small courtyard in Feihong Pass, Yili stood in front of the gate. Qin Feng followed beside her and whispered worriedly, "Wang Fei, should we go back and rest first?" After today's battle, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. Wang Fei had not had a good rest in the past few days. Yili shook her head and asked, "Have you sent Xiaobao away?" Qin Feng nodded and said, "I sent him away this morning. This subordinate estimates that the little heir will arrive at Glass City by tomorrow morning at the latest." Yili nodded and said, "That's good. You stay here. I'll go in and take a look." This was an extremely inconspicuous small courtyard. It was originally for the soldiers stationed at Feihong Pass. Now, the people living here were Qi Lin survivors who had just retreated from the battlefield. Entering the small courtyard, they saw many people lying under the eaves in the courtyard. Many people did not even have time to change their clothes. They just casually bandaged their wounds and sat on the ground to sleep. Shenyang was directing his men to bandage the wounds of the people. The Maoist army also suffered heavy casualties. All the military doctors want to take care of them. Shenyang came here personally. Seeing Yili come in, Shenyang quickly got up and bowed. Yili shook her head, indicating that he did not need to be so polite. Shenyang then turned around and continued to bandage a wounded soldier in front of him. Not wanting to disturb the rest of these wounded soldiers, Yi Li and Shun Yang went to the inner room to talk. Yi Li asked, "Mr. Shun, are their injuries serious?" Shun Yang shook his head and said, "Only a few of them are seriously injured. I'm afraid they won't be able to fully recover in the future. The others are fine. They will be fine after a few days of rest." Yi Li breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Shun. If you need anything, Mr. Shun can just send someone to tell Zhuo Jing." Shenyang nodded solemnly and said, "Princess, don't worry. This old man promises that their injuries will be fine. These people are real indomitable men." Although Shenyang did not personally go to the battlefield, he still knew what happened on the battlefield. For these soldiers who risked their lives, even as a doctor, Shenyang could not help but admire them. "How are Lin Han and the others?" Yili asked again. When the soldiers were retreating, she saw Lin Han being carried back. His injuries were definitely not serious. Shenyang sighed and said, "Wei Lin and Qin Feng are both lightly injured, but Lin Han's injuries are very serious. This subordinate suggests that after he wakes up, he should be moved to a quiet place to recuperate. There shouldn't be any big problems in the future. But his martial arts, I'm afraid." Yili was silent for a while, then nodded and said, "I understand. Mr. Shun, please arrange it. Mr. Shun, please take good care of them. This consort still has something to do, so I'll leave first." Shenyang looked at Yi Li and sighed. This subordinate sees that Princess's complexion is not very good. Please take care of yourself. These things are not Princess's fault. Yi Li smiled faintly, but there was a trace of indescribable bitterness in her smile. She nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, Mr. Shun." Looking at Yi Li's back, Shenyang sighed helplessly and shook his head. He turned and continued to busy himself. With such a heavy pressure, not to mention a woman, even a man might not be able to bear it. In fact, Princess was only a woman in her 20s. If she had not married into Ding Wang Fu, she might just be a gentle and elegant young married woman who lived like a princess. Now, she had to bear the burden of hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Feihong Pass and the rise and fall of the entire Mahist army and the Prince Ding mansion. For a woman, was such a life really good? Yili returned to the general's mansion. She waved the people around her away and sat down alone in the study. She stared at the scroll in front of her and closed her eyes slightly. A drop of crystal clear tear fell from the corner of her eye and dripped onto the scroll full of words and quickly disappeared. Yili quickly reached out and wiped away the water stain on the scroll. She added a new word next to her blurry name. This was the name list of all the soldiers in Qilin. But now, most of them were no longer there. Yili would never forget that they did not really die for the sake of carrying out the mission. From the beginning, it was destined to be a mission that could not be completed. From the beginning, those people were cannon fodder that she abandoned. As a commander, she knew that what she did was right. But as a soldier, she could never forgive herself. Those people that she abandoned did not even know that they were destined to be cannon fodder from the beginning. After a long silence, Yili took a blank rice paper from the side. She picked up the pen and began to transcribe the names on the name list again, word by word. Only those names that were marked with black marks represented death. The atmosphere in the big tent of the West Hill military camp was heavy. The generals looked at the empty seats around them and only felt a chill in their hearts. The comrades who had been excitedly discussing the war this morning were all living people, regardless of whether they had good relationships with each other or had conflicts with each other. But now, half of the people in the big tent were gone. And the cause of all this was only because of 1,000 people in Qilin. Chapter 10:25. They are not human. They are demons. A young general murmured with a pale face. The others were not necessarily calmer than him. Everyone sat there in a daze, as if they had lost their souls. Enough. Lei Zhiting looked coldly at the generals in front of him and sighed deeply. More than 1,000 Qilin, less than 1/3 of the Shilling army's troops and horses, had beaten hundreds of thousands of Shilling army into a daze. In a short period of time, the West Hill army would be restrained when facing the Mahist army. "Prince," a general stood up and hesitated. "Prince, I'm afraid we won't be able to break through Feihong Pass for a while. Mo Xiaoyao has brought hundreds of thousands of troops and is about to rush over. Should we retreat first?" Lei Zhiting sneered and asked, "Retreat? Can we still retreat now?" They had advanced all the way and were too deep into the north. It was already too late to retreat now. At that time, they would only be caught off guard by Mo Xiaoyao midway. The general who spoke also turned pale. Mo Xiaoyao's troops were behind them. They had no other way except to break through Feihong Pass and return to West Hill through the northwest. But Feihong Pass in front of them was not so easy to break through. Lei Zhiting sighed and said, "Today, the Mahist army has lost more than half of its men and horses. Now, the Mahist army at Feihong Pass will not exceed 100,000 at most. But if they still have Qilin," someone whispered. No one knew how many Qilin the Mahist army had. Over the years, their shadows seemed to be in many places, but no one had really caught their tracks. Many people were very curious about this troop. This time, they finally saw it for themselves. However, it brought them endless nightmares. No more. At this point, neither side will hold back. In today's battle, Yili must have done her best, Lei Zhiting said solemnly. Lei Tingfeng asked, "Father, do you mean we can take Feihong Pass as long as we fight another big battle? But our troops..." The Shilling army was not defeated by the Mahist army, but the morale and soul of the Shilling soldiers were crushed by the Mahist army. In a short period of time, he would only be able to display less than half of his abilities on the battlefield. Lei Jinting waved his hand and said, "I have my own plans." Reporting. There's an urgent report from the front. Someone rushed in from outside the tent and reported in a loud voice. "Come in." A man dressed in military attire came in quickly and presented a secret letter. Lei Jinting opened it, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly calmed down and said, "Everyone, go and rest. Reorganize the troops. I'll take my leave." "Father, what happened?" Only the father and son were left in the tent. Lei Tingfeng asked without hesitation. When his father read the secret letter, Lei Tongfeng clearly saw his hand tremble. Something big must have happened. Lei Jinting fell back into the chair. His face was pale, and a trace of blood seeped through his clothes. Lei Jinting's yellow battle robe was dyed red. "Father!" After a long time, Lei Jinting looked up at Lei Tingfeng and said, "Tongfeng, take Feng Li, Zhang Yi, and Shangwan Qing and leave the north. Go back to Xiling." "What?" Lei Tingfeng was stunned. He couldn't understand Lei Jinting's sudden order. Puzzled, he picked up the letter Lei Jinting had placed on the table and read it. Lei Tingfeng's expression was even uglier than Lei Jinting's. Southern Chu deposed Mo Jingli and formed an alliance with the Prince Ding Mansion. How is that possible? Lei Jinting smiled bitterly. What's impossible about that? There are no eternal enemies in this world. Besides, to the people of Southern Chu, compared to the Prince Ding Mansion, we are their true enemy. In this world, there weren't many people who thought the same as Mo Jingqi and Mo Jingli. Lei Tingfeng looked at the contents of a secret letter. The 800,000 Chu army has pledged allegiance to the Prince Ding Mansion. The 300,000 Chu army has crossed the Yunlan River. I never understood where Murong Shun and the Marquis of Nan had suddenly left the battlefield to go. Only now do I understand they went to Southern Chu. Lei Jinting sighed deeply, somewhat dejectedly. Murong Shun and the Marquis of Nan were famous generals of the Dechu state. With them leading the 300,000 troops sent by Southern Chu, there was naturally no problem. However, he didn't know what benefits Mo Shuyao had given the Southern Chu court to make them so determined to depose Mo Jingli and send troops to support the Prince Ding Mansion. "Father, let's go together," Lei Tingfeng said. Lei Tingfeng already understood the current situation. Once Mo Xuyao's million-man army arrived, even if his father had the power to reach the heavens, he wouldn't be able to escape. Lei Jinting shook his head indifferently. "If I don't go, I won't be able to go. Tingfeng, take the 3 generals with you and leave tonight. Other than your personal bodyguards, don't take any soldiers. Regardless of age or ability, Generals Feng, Zhang, and Shangwan are the people with the most potential in the Western Tomb. As long as you can suppress them, the Western Tomb won't be at the end of its rope. After you return, do you know what to do?" He was seriously injured and couldn't travel long distances. Moreover, things had already come to this. How could he face the people of the Western Tomb? Rather than drag out an ignoble existence, it was better to die a worthy death. "No, father," Lei Tingfeng said anxiously. "Father, your son begs you. Your son's ability is insufficient. I can't shoulder the rise and fall of the Western Tomb. Tongfeng is willing to stay behind and bring up the rear. Father, please take the generals and leave first." "Tongfeng," Lei Jinting said sternly. "Remember this from now on. The Western Tomb is handed over to you." Yi Li, a woman, can shoulder the responsibility of an entire Mahist army. Are you trying to tell I that you can't even compare to a woman? "Father," Lei Jinting closed his eyes and raised his hand to pat Lei Tongfeng's shoulder. "It's all my fault for restricting you too much in the past. You have to rely on yourself in the future. Remember, don't fight head-on with the Mahist army. Protect the Western Tomb first. One day, you will rise again." These words sounded more like his last words to Lei Tingfeng. In fact, Lei Tingfeng also understood that if he left today, it would indeed be the last time his father scolded him. He couldn't help but burst into tears. "Father, your son understands." Lei Jinting patted him heavily and turned around, no longer looking at him. Let's go. Take my token and tell those people to leave with you immediately. Don't stay for even a moment. Your son obeys. Father, take care. Lei Tingfeng's eyes were red. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. He got up and took one last look at Lei Jinting's old and bleak back. Then he left resolutely. Tungfeng, if you meet Ling Taihan on the way, tell him. I'm waiting for him at Feihong Pass. Lei Tingfeng nodded silently. He lifted the curtain and walked out. Chapter 10:26. This subordinate greets Wang Fei. In the study of Feihong Pass, a man in black knelt on one knee in front of the desk and said in a deep voice. Yili looked at him indifferently and asked, "Where is Prince?" The man in black reported, "Prince has led 1,000,000 troops and is approaching Feihong Pass. They will reach Feihong Pass in 2 days at most." Yili nodded. "Does Prince have any other orders?" The man in black took out a letter from his sleeve and presented it, saying, "This is what Prince ordered this subordinate to present to Wang Fei." Yili took the letter and read it quickly. She calmly nodded and said, "I know. You can go." The man in black looked at the indifferent Yi Li in front of him and hesitated. As Mo, Xiaoyao's trusted shadow guard, he intuitively felt that something was wrong with Wang Fei, but he couldn't see what the problem was. He could only respectfully leave. "Wang Fei, take care. This subordinate will leave." In the study, it quickly became quiet again. Yili looked at the letter in front of her and slightly lowered her eyes. Her lips curved into a faint smile. "Xiaoyao, have you thought about what if Feihong Pass is breached?" "Wang Fei." Outside the door, Feng Jiao said in a deep voice. "Come in." Feng Jiao came in and looked at Yili. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Wang Fei, Prince, is he coming back?" Yili nodded and said with a faint smile, "Yes, he will be back in 2 or 3 days at most." Feng Jiao's face was happy, but Yili's expression was still indifferent. He said with some confusion, "Wang Fei, Xiaoyao is coming back. Are you not happy?" Yili looked up at him and asked, "Feng San, can we hold on until Xiaoyao comes back?" Feng Jiao was stunned. "Wang Fei means?" Yili sighed softly. 1,000,000 troops. How can Lei Jinting not know? Tomorrow, I'm afraid the Shilin army's attack will be even more intense. Feng Jiao frowned. Will Lei Jinting attack the city tomorrow? Yili said with a faint smile. If he can't take Feihong Pass before the army arrives, he will die. If it's you, will you fight or not? Feng Jiao's expression gradually became serious as he asked, "What plans does your highness have?" Yili reached out and handed over the letter in her hand. Feng Jiao took the letter and read it. He frowned and looked at Yili. Prince asked Wang Fei to leave Feihong Pass first. Wang Fei seems to. Yili didn't have the slightest intention to leave. Feng Jiao persuaded. Since Prince has already made arrangements, Wang Fei, should we leave first? Feng Jiao understood Mo Xiaoyao's temper. If something happened to Princess Ding, everyone would have to bear the consequences. Yili looked at him faintly and said, "Leave? Where to?" "Naturally back to Glass City." Feng Jiao said, "Prince will arrive soon. Wang Fei will be safe as long as you leave Feihong Pass. No matter how fast Lei Jinting is, he can't attack Glass City, right?" Feng San, Lei Jinting is now like a trapped beast. Do you know what will happen if he enters Feihong Pass? Yili asked softly. Feng Jiao was silent. Yili said, "He will drag all the people in the northwest into a disaster. It's not because Lei Jinting is cruel by nature, but because he has to. At this point, Lei Jinting will never think of turning the tables. He'll want to die together with the Mahist army. At the same time, he will also buy time for West Hill. If that's the case, then Wang Fei has to leave." Yili was undoubtedly the most important person to attack Mo Xiaoyao. Feng Jiao said solemnly, "Wang Fei, please rest assured. As long as Feng San is still alive, he will never let the Shilin army step into Feihong Pass. But, Wang Fei, please leave Feihong Pass immediately." Yili looked at Feng Jiao and shook her head. Feng Jiao frowned and said worriedly, Wang Fei. Wang Fei, please think twice. If something happens to you, Feng San. Yili looked at Feng Jiao and said seriously, I won't leave. As long as there is one soldier in Fei Hong Pass, I will never leave before them. Today, I gave up the Qilin. I can tell myself that it was for the sake of the Fei Hong Pass. So now, why did I give up Fei Hong Pass and the soldiers stationed there? For my life? Yili? Feng San, in this world, there are always some things that are more important than life. Feng Jiao was silent. It wasn't that he didn't understand Yili's thoughts. In reality, if it was any other general who planned to abandon their subordinates and the place they were stationed on the eve of a great battle, he would only hate and despise them. But Yili was different. Not only was she a woman, but she was the mistress of the Prince Ding mansion. She was the person Prince Ding valued the most. Perhaps in the eyes of the Mahist army, including Feng Jiao, Princess Ding was someone they needed to protect even if they had to sacrifice their lives and blood. But they did not understand that Yili was not only Princess Ding and Mo Xiaoyao's wife and lover. She was also a soldier. Dying on the battlefield was the fate of a soldier. Abandoning a city and fleeing was something a soldier would despise and endure for the rest of their life. Feng Jiao hesitated and finally asked, Wang Fei, are you blaming the prince? At the beginning, he did not know and did not feel anything. When Feng Jiao completely understood Mo Xiaoyao's plan, Feng Jiao had a faint feeling that what the prince did this time would not be approved by Wang Fei. As a general of the Prince Ding mansion and Mo Xiaoyao's good friend, Feng Jiao did not think that Mo Xiaoyao's decision was wrong. But at the same time, as a member of the army stationed at Fei Hong Pass, Feng Jiao knew that from the beginning, the soldiers left at Fei Hong Pass were destined to be sacrificed in Mo Xiaoyao's eyes. This cannot be blamed on Mo Xiaoyao. As the highest commander of the Prince Ding mansion and the Mahist army, his decision was correct and for the sake of the entire Prince Ding mansion and the Mahist army. But was this fair to the soldiers who defended Fei Hong Pass to the death? Without a commander, the decision to kill, the decision to give up, and in a moment's thought, the life and death of countless people. So Feng Jiao knew that he was destined to never be a true general in this life. Yili was stunned for a long time. Just when Feng Jiao thought that she would not answer, she smiled faintly, shook her head, and said, No, I understand what he means. Yili did not read so many strategic and commanding books in her previous life for nothing. When it was necessary to talk about these theories, she could even talk more incessantly than Mo Xiaoyao, making it irrefutable. But compared with Yili, Mo Xiaoyao was a real commander. His decision was definitely not wrong. The war, which was originally expected to last for at least a few years, would soon end under Mo Xiaoyao's operation. Then the people of the entire Central Plains would be able to enjoy peace again. Even if the number of people sacrificed was calculated, under the current situation, even if all the soldiers in Fei Hong Pass were killed, the number of people sacrificed was much smaller than if the war continued. But some things could be understood, but it was hard to accept. Even if it could be accepted, it was hard to do when it really happened. At least, Yili could not do it. When the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Mo family were fighting a bloody battle for Fei Hong Pass, Yili could not bring herself to escape alone. Then, after the war was over, she would come out to enjoy the glory of the sacrifice. At the end of the day, Yili was still a soldier, not a politician. Chapter 10:27. Seeing that Feng Jiao still wanted to say something, Yili waved her hand and said, There's no need to say any more. Unless you plan to go against your superior and knock me out. But if you really do that, I will come back on my own. Feng San, if I escape from this battle, I will not feel at peace for the rest of my life. Feng Jiao was silent for a while before he finally sighed and said, I understand. But, Wang Fei, please take care of yourself. Yili smiled and said, Of course there are still people waiting for me to go back. Unable to persuade Yili, Feng Jiao could only leave helplessly. He was very clear that what Yili said was very likely to become reality. The current Lei Jinting had no hope of turning the tables. Even if they broke into Feihong Pass, when Mo Xiuyao's army arrived, they would still be quickly eliminated. Therefore, Lei Jinting was very likely to stake everything on one throw and wreak havoc in Feihong Pass. As the Mahist army, they could not watch as the mountains and rivers they protected turned into rivers of blood. Therefore, they could only choose to fight and fight with the Shilling army to the last soldier. They had to delay as much time as possible so that Mo Xiuyao and his army could arrive on time. Princess Ding is not willing to leave. Under the moonlight, Han Mingyue looked handsome. The faint moonlight scattered on his body, adding a different kind of tranquility. Feng Jiao sighed and shrugged. Didn't you already guess? Han Mingyue nodded and said, if Princess Ding is willing to leave at this time, she would not be Princess Ding. But Xiuyao, he really is not worried. Mo Xiuyao only sent a letter back. How could he be so sure that Yili would do as he said? Feng Jiao smiled bitterly and said, didn't Prince think that the little heir is still at Feihong Pass? Even if it's not for herself, Princess Consort will leave Feihong Pass for the little heir. Han Mingyue smiled and said, unfortunately, he doesn't know that Princess Ding will send the little heir away in advance. Isn't that so? Feng Jiao frowned worriedly. He looked at Han Mingyue and asked, why aren't you leaving? Han Mingyue smiled indifferently and said, I'm all alone in this world. Isn't it the same wherever I go? Tomorrow, I'll leave the princess's safety to you, Feng Jiao said solemnly. Han Mingyue raised her eyebrows and asked, do you trust me? Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows and rolled his eyes at him, saying, if I don't trust you, why would I talk nonsense with you? Han Mingyue nodded solemnly and said, I trust you. Thank you. Princess Consort. In the study, Qin Feng and Lin Han stood in front of the desk and said in a low voice. Both of them were injured. Qin Feng's left shoulder was still wrapped in white cloth. Lin Han didn't have any external injuries, but his pale face showed that he wasn't completely unharmed. Yili put down her brush and looked at the two with a frown, saying, why aren't you going to rest? Qin Feng said in a low voice, this subordinate request to accompany Princess Consort to battle tomorrow. Lin Han followed and said, this subordinate also wishes to. Nonsense. Yili coldly reprimanded. If you're injured, then go and recover. Do you think that you have more lives than others, or that the world won't turn without you? Qin Feng and Lin Han looked at each other. Qin Feng stepped forward and said, this subordinate requests Princess Consort's permission. This is not only the request of the two of us, but also the request of the 100 or so Qi Lin brothers who have just returned. Yili sneered and asked, and then? You drag your injured bodies to the battlefield, and then let Qi Lin be exterminated? The order was given by me. Even if you want to be buried with them, it's not your turn. This subordinate doesn't dare. Qin Feng and Lin Han hurriedly knelt down. Yili looked at the two quietly. After a while, she sighed faintly and said, get up. I understand how you feel, but I hope that you also understand. The Qi Lin brothers who have sacrificed themselves definitely don't want to see you die with them. Instead, they hope that you and all the other survivors can live well and live with them. Yili really understood how they felt. The relationship between the Qi Lin soldiers was deeper than that between the Mahist army and the Black Cloud cavalry. They were all elites selected from various armies. Almost all of them had experienced from the beginning that they didn't see eye to eye with each other. Later on, they slowly worked together. They went through hellish training together. They carried out all kinds of difficult missions together many times. It was true that they lived and died together. This time, they had sacrificed nearly 90% of their possessions. Those who survived would not feel the so-called feeling of surviving a calamity, nor would they feel as if they had escaped death. Most of them would only blame themselves for being alive. They would only feel guilty. Yili had seen a lot of examples like this. Many soldiers had experienced cruel battles. They didn't die under the enemy's swords and spears. In the end, they ended their own lives. Princess. Qin Feng and Lin Han's eyes were a little red. These Qi Lin soldiers were carefully selected and personally trained by them. For them, These soldiers were more like their brothers, students, and nephews. Seeing so many people die in front of them, but they couldn't do anything about it. This kind of pain was enough to make them doubt the meaning of their existence. Yili stood up and looked at the two seriously. Go back and tell them that as long as I'm alive, I will personally bring Lei Jinting's head back to pay tribute to the dead soldiers. But I hope that they will all live well and continue Qilin. We obey. Qin Feng and Lin Han stood up and said. After saying that, Qin Feng hesitated and said, but I still want to follow you into battle. I'm not only the commander of Qilin, I'm also your bodyguard. As long as I haven't died in battle, I must stay by Princess' side and protect Princess' safety. This subordinate also has the same intention. This subordinate is a secret guard of Ding Palace. The purpose of a secret guard's existence is to protect Princess' safety. May Princess allow it. Yili looked at them awkwardly. Lin Han said, Princess, don't worry. My injury is not a problem. Qin Feng nodded and said, it's not a problem. It's just a flesh wound. The study was silent for a long time. Then Yili looked up and glanced at the two of them. Since you know that there will be a tough battle tomorrow, go back and rest. Yes, we will leave. The two of them were overjoyed. They quickly bowed to Yi Li and left. Sure enough, before the sun rose the next day, the sound of the Shilling army entering the palace could be heard from outside. Yi Li led Yuan Pei and the others to the city gate tower. Before the sun rose, they saw the Shilling army below the city gate in a black mass. They hadn't even started fighting yet, but they could already feel the overwhelming murderous aura and desire to fight. They didn't know what Lei Jinting had done. After yesterday's battle, the Shilling army's morale should have been low. But now, they were full of murderous aura. Shilling Genom of Gojoseon. Lei Jinting requests to see Princess Ding. Under the city gate tower, Lei Jinting didn't hide at the back of the army this time. Instead, he rode his horse and stood at the front. He looked up at the people on the city gate tower. Even the bodyguards he usually had with him were nowhere to be seen. It was as if Lei Jinting didn't care about his life at all. Even if the Mahist army on the city gate tower suddenly shot arrows at him, he didn't care. Chapter 1028. Yili was slightly startled. She took a step forward and revealed herself between the two battlements. She said lightly, Yili is here. What does Genom of Gojoseon have to say to me? Lei Jinting smiled faintly. Nothing much. I just have some questions that I want to talk to Princess Ding alone. I originally wanted to talk to Prince Ding, but it seems that I won't have the chance now. Since things have come to this, does Genom of Gojoseon think that there is anything else to talk about? Lei Jinting waved his hand indifferently. I don't care. It's just that some things are uncomfortable if you don't talk about it. Yili frowned. Feng Xiao and the others beside her quickly advised, Princess, don't talk nonsense with him. Yili knew that talking to Lei Jinting in private would not do any harm to the Mahist army. At least, it could delay for a while. No matter how long it would take for the generals guarding Feihong Pass, the longer they delayed, the better it would be for them. Under the city wall, Lei Jinting looked at Yi Li and smiled. If Princess is worried, I can enter the city alone to talk to Princess. No need. Yi Li smiled faintly. She jumped down from the city wall and landed beside the city gate. She looked at Lei Jinting and said, Genom of Gojoseon, if you have anything to say, you can come over and talk. The moment Yi Li landed, Zhui Jing, Qin Feng, and Lin Han, who were beside Yi Li, also jumped down. They formed a triangle and blocked Yi Li behind them. On the city wall, the Black Cloud cavalry's bows and arrows were aimed at the city wall. As long as Lei Jinting made any strange movements, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, the Black Cloud cavalry's arrows would turn him into a porcupine. With Qin Feng and the others standing in front of Yi Li, the chances of Lei Jinting landing a hit were infinitely close to zero. Lei Jinting smiled calmly and urged his horse forward. Prince, no. The generals behind Lei Jinting also tried to stop him. They were not the only ones who were worried about the Prince Ding mansion. Lei Jinting waved his sleeves, indicating that there was no need to say anything more. Then he walked down the city gate tower alone. Lei Jinting stopped a few steps away from Yili. He did not mind the covetous eyes of Qin Feng and the others. After looking at Yi Li for a long time, he sighed regretfully and said, I can be said to have wandered unhindered in my life and rarely met a worthy opponent. However, I always lost at the hands of the Prince Ding Mansion. All these years, I have been thinking about why this is so. I have also been thinking of ways to defeat Mo Xiaoyao. But now, it is clear that I have failed. Yili was indifferent and did not speak. She knew that Lei Jinting only wanted to say something and did not really want her to answer. As expected, Lei Jinting did not mind her silence and continued. Now that we have reached this point, I finally understand. From the moment Xiling, the Chu state, and the Northern Militant Alliance formed, they had already fallen into Mo Xiaoyao's trap. I boasted of my intelligence, but I also knew that I was far from being able to calculate to this extent. I think even young Master Qin Chun, who is the most intelligent person in the world, would not be able to scheme to this extent. Prince Ding, Mo Xiaoyao, is truly outstandingly scheming. Wang Fei, don't you think so? Yili smiled faintly and said, if Genom of Gojoseon is like him, and one day suddenly falls from a high place to the dust, you will also be like him, suppressing and enduring all your feelings and pain. You will also have to face your enemies calmly. Perhaps Genom of Gojoseon will be able to understand why he is able to do all this. Not to mention Lei Jinting. Even Yi Li was often shocked by Mo Xiaoyao's arrangements and schemes. If Mo Xiaoyao was not willing to speak, Yili believed that he definitely had the ability to keep everyone in the dark even after he ruled the world. Wang Fei is right. Lei Jinting had to admit that Yili was right. Lei Jinting was a true genius. In his life, other than the hatred of Mo Liufeng's broken arm, he had not suffered any setbacks. Whatever he wanted to do, he was always able to do it, except for matters related to the Prince Ding Mansion. Lei Jinting looked at the calm Yi Li, his eyes filled with admiration and amazement. In the current situation, the Xiling army's ending was not worth mentioning. At least in front of him, the Xiling army definitely had the ability to break through Fei Hong Pass in 4 hours. Fei Hong Pass, the Mahist army stationed there, and even Yi Li's ending was almost foreseeable. Even in such a situation, to be able to remain so calm, even a man would not be able to do it. The woman in front of him was indeed worthy of the respect and admiration of all the men in the world. I originally thought that Wang Fei would leave Fei Hong Pass last night. Lei Jinting said. Yili said in a low voice, I am not only the Wang Fei of the Prince Ding Mansion, but also a member of the Mahist army. The Mahist army does not have soldiers who run away without fighting. Lei Jinting nodded and praised good courage. Although I've said it more than once, I still want to say it. The luckiest thing in Prince Ding's life should be to marry such an outstanding Wang Fei. Speaking of this, Lei Jinting also felt a little regretful. Why did he not bring this woman to West Hill by hook or by crook? What made Lei Jinting feel even more regretful was why such a woman had to be Princess Ding. Could it be that the heavens did not destroy the Prince Ding Mansion? Yili smiled faintly and said, the luckiest thing in Yi Li's life is to marry Prince Ding. Princess Ding, do you know what I will do once the West Hill army enters the pass? Lei Jinting asked in a low voice. Yili said calmly, no matter what Genom of Gojoseon wants to do, he has to go through me first. Lei Jinting could not help but smile and said, it seems that Wang Fei has already guessed it. Wang Fei does not seem to have any intention of compromising. Yili looked down and said, at this point, both sides, is there any room for compromise? At this point, it was destined to be a life-and-death struggle. Lei Jinting praised, that's right. In that case, let I see how tenacious the Mahist army is. In addition, I also want to see, when Prince Ding loses his love forever, will he still have the mind to scheme like this? I bid farewell, Wang Fei, take care. As if he had finished speaking, Lei Jinting nodded at Yi Li and pulled the reins to return to his army. Yi Li nodded, likewise. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.